Hello and welcome to Night Prophecies. My name's Jenna and I'm the storyteller for our Vampire the Masquerade campaign. Tonight's video will be a one-shot focused on Lindsey Baker. For those of you who didn't get the chance to watch our previous season, season 1, Lindsey Baker was the sheriff in our city. And at the end of the season, she fled the city after betraying her grandmother, Prince Katalina. In this one shot, we will be focusing on Lindsey and what happens to her after she leaves New Orleans. I would like to take a second to thank the guest who played Isaiah and Lindsey. I am very happy with how everything turned out, and I think that you guys will also appreciate their efforts. So thank you so much for doing that. You can find information about them in the description and places that you can support them as well. We'll be starting our second season on June 26th. At 5 p.m. Pacific Standard on our new Twitch channel, which will also be linked below. So go and follow us over there and you can be along for the ride of season 2. I hope that you guys have enjoyed the story so far, and I hope that you are happy with the ending that I come up with for Lindsey in this chapter of the story that we're telling. Thank you so much for everyone who has supported us thus far, and we look forward to seeing you on the 26th when we launch our new season. Okay, so we're going to be starting out with Lindsey. You are arriving in New York. A couple of weeks have gone by since you fled New Orleans. You left and kind of you obviously are on the run, but you haven't you did go straight to New York because you thought that people might think that was obvious. So you kind of tucked away somewhere and you've been hiding. The two Tremere that you were with when you originally left New Orleans, they were kind of like, okay, Lindsey, gotta go because, that was a shit show. And they don't know, and you don't know, that Katalina killed all of the Tremere in New Orleans. So they're afraid that Imani might be looking for them. So they have left you, and you're sort of on your own at this particular moment. And that's when you decide to make your way to New York. This is where you grew up. You have a lot of connections in New York, and obviously you have Naomi, who you're still very close to. You've kept in contact with over the centuries, and she's always someone that you can sort of rely on in times of need. So you are arriving in New York at Naomi's residence. Naomi lives in a big, huge skyscraper in New York. She lives on the 18th floor, and you are sort of in the elevator on your way up, sort of nervous about what awaits you, but you figure that if you're going to rebuild, Naomi is an ally that you want to have. So you are arriving at her residence kind of early in the night, before you would still expect her to be there before she kind of leaves and begins doing her business around the city. So you arrive at her door and knock on the door and anticipate her opening the door. So a few minutes kind of go by, and the door opens, and there is a very large man standing there, and he doesn't recognize you. And he sort of like raises an eyebrow, and he's like, "Can I help you?"
Naomi, I wish to see her.
And you are?
I'm a friend. Who are you?
An associate. What's your name?
Tell her Lindsey is here. An old friend.
He closes the door. without saying anything else. Few
Before he
minutes.
closes,
Okay, go ahead.
before he closes the door, um, I get the feeling Lindsay wouldn't be very happy with being made to wait. So she is going to try to mesmerize him.
Okay, go for it.
I get
1
hungrier.
second. Oh, Lindsay's already hungry. This is not a good sign. No one likes a hungry Lindsay.
No.
Okay, let me see. I think there's a counter roll for mesmerize. I should have put this in my notes. You just let me know what
It
you
is
got.
intelligence resolve.
Okay, thank you.
And if it's a mortal, unprepared mortal, there's no roll.
Contest.
But
Okay.
I got a crit, 7 successes.
Holy crap. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, so before he's able, you see him sort of beginning to close the door in your face. And before he's able to do so, what exactly do you say to him in this moment?
You will let me in. You'll let me in, lead me to a seat, and bring me a glass before you get a drink before you get Naomi. Fetch Naomi for me.
All right. So he's midway closing the door and he stops and he sort of just stares at you. And you can see that your efforts have worked. And he opens the door again and gestures for you to come in, closes the door behind you. And as you're walking, he sort of kind of looks at you and is terribly sorry for the inconvenience. And he seems like, he's kind of shaken up, like, okay, yeah, like, why didn't I listen to her? And he brings you into the living room. And Naomi's apartment looks exactly how you remember, even though it's probably been a good, like, 20, 30 years since you've seen her. Nothing has changed. It looks exactly the same. And you walk in and sort of sit down on one of the leather chairs in the living room, and he says, I'll be right back. And his whole demeanor has completely changed, and he disappears out of the room, and you can hear some light conversation happening in the other portion of the apartment as you sort of sit and wait for Naomi to come and meet with you. A few minutes go by and Naomi walks into the living room. To what do I have the pleasure, Lindsay? It's been quite a while.
Naomi, you look ravishing.
As always.
You haven't changed today since last I saw you. I was in town. Figured I'd drop by.
How nice of you.
Don't you? Well, you always mean something to me. Always meant something to me. How are you? What's new with you? Who's your friend here? Who's your help?
Oh, that's just Alexander. He helps. She sort of kind of grins and looks at him. He's kind of standing at the doorway watching, kind of the doorway of the bedroom where she came out of.
Well, I think I'm moving in town.
Oh.
And I was wondering if you had any pointers, or I just want to reconnect.
She's going to sit down, realizing that this is probably going to be a little bit of a longer conversation, and she's quite intrigued at this point. So she kind of sits down and get comfortable. So why exactly did you leave New Orleans? Why would you leave a opportunity like that?
I'd rather be a, a big fish in a big pond rather than a big fish in a little pond. Nola is a little too small for me, and I want to get out from under the shadow of my dear old grandma, ma, mama, whatever you want to call her.
Interesting. Okay. Honestly, I never quite expected you to leave her side, but wow, this is quite a turn in events.
It's time for me to lead, and I can't lead while she's around.
Well, that's certainly true. She does fill the room with her presence, if I remember correctly. And yeah, you did always seem to be stuck in her shadow. And you know that I always have believed in you and think you are far more capable of being on the leash she always kept you on.
You've done pretty well for yourself here
I
in New
have.
York.
Yes, I have. I spent a lot of time making lots of connections. The prince and I here are well connected. She has offered me positions at her side multiple times. It's just not really my interest right now. I'd rather pursue other things. So I think you would be a great addition to our city, though, and I certainly can meet with her and see if we can possibly schedule a meeting and introduce you to her, and hopefully it will be a beginning of a lovely relationship.
Outstanding.
Indeed. I do have a few things that I have to take care of. As you can imagine, I was in the process of getting ready. Perhaps later tonight, if the prince is available, we can meet with her. Does that work for you? Wonderful. She's going to stand up and sort of walk over to you. And she'll kind of like run her finger along your jaw and say, I always knew you would come home eventually.
I'll just smile. You're kind of hard to stay away from, and I'll kind of back away.
Just the way I like it. And with that, she's just going to exit the room. And Alexander will kind of walk over to you, and he still seems like kind of not afraid, but like hesitant. Like he doesn't know. He was very confident when he first spoke with you, but you sort of completely ruined that confidence for him. And he is going to say, like, kind of usher towards the door and say, we'll be in contact with you shortly.
I'll nod, and as I'm leaving, I'll say, "You forgot my drink," and I'll walk away.
Oh, and he sort of is like, oh, like yeah, just has this look on his face, like shit, and continues to lead you out of the apartment, where you kind of are free to roam wherever you would like for the next couple of hours. You do have several friends in New York. Naomi isn't the only one. She just is the one that you're kind of most connected to. But you have kept in touch with other people from New York throughout your time. We'll just say that Alexander shows up. And almost as if he's sort of been following you. And not like making it obvious that he's doing so. But you're at a local bar hanging out with a couple of people, reconnecting with them. And Alexander shows up, and you sort of get a tap on the shoulder, and he's like, Naomi and Prince Helen would like to meet with you now.
I'll get up and excuse myself and follow Alexander.
All right. He will You guys will end up getting into a car, and he'll drive you to one of Naomi's businesses. You know that she owns many businesses around the city. And he'll bring you back. One of the businesses that she owns is like a photography business, and lead you back to there where she has been working the night and kind of doing some other things, and asked Prince Helen to meet with her there. So you arrive and go inside and are led to what looks like a conference type room. And in the room, you find Naomi and Prince Helen, who you know of, but you have never met, because you've never got connected in New York on that level of like meeting the leadership and things like that. I'm sure you've met her in the past, like coming through New York here and there, but it's not like you have any type of relationship with her. And you're ushered into the room with them, and Naomi stands and, "Oh, Lindsey, thank you for joining us. This is Prince Helen. I've asked her to come and speak with you, just like we spoke about."
I thank you for this meeting, Prince Helen. You do me great honor, and I just wish to follow the traditions.
Helen is strikingly beautiful, like a lot of kindred are. She very much looks a lot how you would expect a fashion model in New York, like during Fashion Week, to kind of look. She has jet black hair that's sort of pulled back into this like really tight, high ponytail. Her hair's really long. She's wearing some sort of, it's a suit that's sort of made out of some fancy looking leather. She looks very posh and chic, and she's sort of sitting there. A smile, when you say that, you know, I want to kind of uphold traditions. The smile sort of cracks across her face, and well, I certainly like to hear that. I'm glad that you wanted to meet with me. I was told that you have interest in moving into the city.
That is correct. I feel that New York is a place where I can thrive and flourish and make a name for myself.
Naomi filled me in a little bit about who you are and, you know, the positions you've held in the past, and I'm quite flattered that someone with your experience would be interested in coming to our city and helping see it grow. I'm interested in why you left New Orleans, though, with such a prestigious position and not just, you know, a title itself, but you know, you have a lot of support there, and to leave that all behind.
I wouldn't call it support. The prince, as you may know, is my grandmother, and I want to earn what I am given. I want to see what I can do, how far I can advance, and I want to get out of the shadow of my grandmother. She has taught me well, trained me well, and I want to thrive on my own without her help.
Well, I can certainly understand that. I'm not sure if you're aware, but my mother was also the prince in this city many centuries ago, and when I took this position, many people believed that I only obtained it because of who I was and the history that was before me. So I certainly know what it feels like to be stuck in that shadow and wanting to prove yourself worthy of the position, and not just because it may have been handed to you. So certainly can relate to your ambitions. And someone of your stature, I think, could be of great use in our city. I look forward to learning more about you and seeing where you fit into our city.
Thank you, my prince.
Is there anything in particular that we can do to help you get more acquainted and comfortable here?
Perhaps you could suggest a place where I could set up a haven, or what I can do for you in order to gain a domain of my for myself.
Certainly. I think for the time being, anywhere Naomi, she has, a whole section of the city that she sort of keeps an eye on for me, so to speak. And anywhere in that section of the city, you are more than welcome to take part in and help her, and we'll see what becomes of it.
I thank you, my prince.
And Naomi, like she mentioned, because she does want Naomi to play a bigger part in the city, but Naomi's never been, and you know this about her from your relationship and time and knowing her, but she's never been into like all of the politics of it. She like respects it and appreciates it, but she's more of like a businesswoman. That's more of what her thing is. So she's never been too interested in the politics of everything. But despite that, Prince Helen still is trying to kind of groom her and move her into that position because she does have a lot of skills that are useful. So she sort of has a very large domain that she controls, so to speak. And that'll be kind of where you settle in, and you'll work with Naomi, but doing it more so in a sense of trying to prove yourself to the prince that, hey, I can help you in a larger role than just sort of helping Naomi. So you guys have a kind of just a casual little chat, and she ends up leaving, and Naomi points you in the right direction of, you can kind of pick a place. Naomi owns sort of all of the apartment buildings in this section of the city that you are kind of guided to, and she tells you just, pick one wherever you want to live, and we'll get you settled in. You know that Naomi's capable of making those kind of things happen and making them happen quick. So she gives you some information and gives you one of her ghouls. We'll say his name's Brian. And Brian's main goal is to help you get acquainted in the city, help you get set up wherever you're planning on staying. He's basically your lackey for the time being. After giving you all this information, Naomi will also kind of go back to doing all the business stuff that she's planning on doing tonight and leave you with Brian to get settled into your apartment or wherever you choose in the city. Do you go and do that right away, or do you have anything else before you would want to get settled that you would want to take care of?
I'd probably go to the apartment, maybe have Brian pick up a burner phone and maybe dial Alejandro for me.
Okay. Sweet. 1 second. There we go. My mom was calling me. Let me just text her. Sorry, Mom. Okay. My brain just got scattered. Okay. So you make your way to one of the apartments, and you kind of choose. I would imagine that Lindsey would probably choose one of the like super nice suites of these buildings. Although they are fairly nice, a lot of the apartments in this particular area are rather expensive. But I can definitely see her picking a very nice, huge suite. And you get there and you ask Brian to reach out to Alejandro. So with that, I will go ahead and do this. We'll get Alejandro on here. Okay, so Brian, after getting the information from you as you're sort of getting settled into your apartment, he is ringing Alejandro. And Alejandro, you get a call on a mysterious number that you don't have saved. So your phone is ringing. Ring, 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 ring.
Who the fuck is this? Yellow.
Hello, sir. Is this Alejandro?
Yeah, who the fuck are you?
I am
And how did you get this number?
Brian, and I am calling on behalf of Lindsey. She wishes to speak with you.
All right. I'll be there as soon as I can.
Oh, one moment, and because he doesn't necessarily know what he was supposed to tell you, so he's gonna kind of like rush over to the room and like knock on the door. Lindsey, I have Alejandro on the phone. Would you like to speak with him, or do you want me to just tell him where he should go?
You are much more well trained than that Alexander character Naomi keeps around. Give me the phone, please.
Oh yeah, of course. And he'll hand you the phone and sort of excuse himself out of the room so he doesn't listen to your conversation.
Alejandro.
He's not on the phone anymore.
Lindsey?
You are to come to New York. I have need of you. Chop chop.
I'll make my way as fast as I can.
Perfect, and I'll tell them like some place to meet.
Address or whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. I'm sure she
At a
does not
museum.
say bye. Click. Typical Lindsey behavior. Okay, so Alejandro, you have been sent the information a couple of minutes later. Even though she did give you the address on the phone, a couple minutes later, you do also get a text from that same number. This is now Brian texting and making sure that you have all of the information that you need, and you get an address in New York. And start making your way, I assume. What exactly was Alejandro doing when he received this call? And where was he?
He was in LA with his sire and his buddy. So he's gonna look over to them both and say, I need to go to New York.
Brock's gonna kind of look at you. New York? What's in New York?
Gotta tend to some business.
It's gonna kind of like raise an eyebrow at you. All right. Be careful, I guess.
Yeah, I'll be back soon enough.
They don't seem too bothered. They know that this is like Alejandro in his mercenary ways of constantly disappearing and going to all sorts of cities to do all sorts of things. So while Brock is a little kind of like, okay, strange, he's not gonna ask too many questions because this is very much like what Alejandro does. Kind of disappears for months at a time. Do you do anything else before you head to New York?
Nope.
Okay, so you
You
waste
just,
no time
Mhm.
and begin to make your way over to the address given. So it does take a couple of days of travel to get over to where Lindsey is. You arrive at the apartment early in the night of the day of your arrival and knock on the door. So Lindsey, you still have Brian as your lackey, and like you mentioned, he is very much more well trained than Alexander. He has been of great help to you and seems very loyal to you, even though he just met you. So he's still there. I'm assuming he answers the door, not Lindsey. So when you knock on the door, Brian will answer the door, and you see Brian sort of standing there. Brian isn't quite as large as Alexander. He's a little bit of a smaller dude. But he opens the door. Hello?
Yo. Is Lindsey around?
She is. May I ask who you are?
You're the one who called me as that.
Oh, Alejandro. You're Alejandro, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. Come in. She's been expecting you. He's gonna close the door behind you. And you'll be led into the house, and Brian will quickly disappear to retrieve Lindsey. And he sort of comes into your room. Lindsey, Alejandro is here waiting for you.
Do I have a study?
Does it have a study? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yes, sure. It does now.
I'm gonna tell him to send Alejandro to my study.
Okay.
And I'm behind like a big ass oak desk with a big leather chair, and I'll be facing the window.
Perfect. Alrighty. So he will quickly disappear out of the room and go back to you, Alejandro, and usher you toward the study and tell you that Lindsey is waiting for you in there. And you walk in and see her sitting there in her very nice study, in her big chair, awaiting your arrival.
I'm glad to see that you still live, so to speak. I would thank you for coming to meet me, but we all know that you're duty bound to do so. Are you thirsty?
I'm alright.
I insist, and I'll offer my wrist to him. It's been a while. You must be fiending for it, my friend. Chop chop. Let's go. We don't have all night.
I'm gonna do a willpower roll.
Mm,
I'm gonna try to resist this.
okay. It is a contested roll if you're trying to go against your bond with her. So, Lindsey, I don't remember what. Is it both just willpower? Hold on. I actually don't remember.
I think it
Blank
was
bond.
about 3 die. Last time
How did we
he
do
won
it?
again. I think it was 3 dices x 3 times. I think it was.
What's the bond strength at?
It's 3. Their bond strength is at 3.
Lindsay's been slacking.
Here we are. Oh wait, no, that's flaws. I don't think I have this marked in my book, and I need to have it marked in my book. Hold on. Page 233. This is... The way that they word this in the book is so confusing. I think we ended up just making it our own thing, didn't we, Mimsy?
Resolve plus
Yeah.
intelligence
Resolve. There it is. Resolve and intelligence is what she was.
versus bond strength.
There it is. Yeah. Resolve and intelligence versus bond strength. So. Okay. Resolve and intelligence, Alejandro.
This is actually a decent pool.
Versus bond strength. How does that work, though? He would have to get 3 successes?
I think so. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't.
See, that's what I mean. Like, sometimes the rules in this thing, they're so confusing. Anyway.
And then because he is in my presence, he has to make a defiance roll every turn. Once
Right.
per turn.
Yeah. Whereas before, he was not in your presence, so it was easier to break. It is harder to break being right in front of her and defying her.
Mm-hmm. Five successes.
Okay. So the way I'm interpreting this is the bond strength versus bond strength would mean like it would need to be he would have to get at least 3 successes since your bond is 3. So considering he got 5, you do win and you are able to sort of shove that need to obey feeling that you always get with Lindsey. You're sort of able to shove that away in this moment and not listen to her demands to feed.
So typical of your clan. Upstarts, every one of you. At least you came. Now that you're here, as you can see, I am restarting here in New York, and you are going to help me.
I see. So what do you need help with?
What do I need help with?
Okay, you basically you lost a lot of the people that were working for you because you didn't necessarily have time to bring all of your ghouls and things like that with you to New Orleans. You actually don't even know what happened to any of the people who used to work for you. So you have you're completely restarting. And you know that Alejandro is one of your strongest allies in the sense of because of his bond to you, that maybe you can convince / manipulate him to work with you. So you want him to sort of be that trusty alliance. Be like, look, we can build something great here. And you can be a part of that. And you want him to help you to start to rebuild this life that you're trying to build in New York and work alongside you.
Despite your feelings towards me and our maybe strained relationship, you and me, we make a good team. We're in this together. I grow here in New York. You grow. You also grow by default. I can help you if you help me. And we can do that by gaining and gathering allies and boons and, the normal stuff.
One thing also, I'll throw this in there. One thing that Lindsey would know about Alejandro is he is very passionate about where he comes from in LA, Los Santos. And right now, his city is on the verge of war with anarchs. And he feels... Oh, sorry. It's a bot. And he feels a sort of calling to go and help. So perhaps if he works with you, aligning with the Camarilla and becoming strong with them, then he can possibly use those connections to help his allies in his own city, sort of thing. Because you do know that that is one of his big ambitions, is like he has a big love for where he comes from. And he wants to make sure that those people are okay, even if he doesn't stay there himself.
New York is the jewel of the Camarilla on the East Coast. You garner a good reputation here. People will follow you, and they can help your hometown from falling into whatever the Sabbat want to do with it. Imagine your sire, your friends being part of some blood fest or blood feast. Maybe your mortal family, if they're still there, being hunted by shovelheads. You help me, and then I will help you.
So where do we start?
Let's. Where would Lindsey start? Sorry.
No, it's okay. She probably, because she does, Lindsay's a little cocky, as you can imagine. She sort of thinks that it's going to be fairly easy to kind of swoop in and get acquainted in Naomi's domain and finding people that will work alongside her, and she's fairly confident in doing that. So just mainly where she would start is building up a good rapport with the prince and getting kind of what she had before, multiple goons that will work for her and people that are going to start doing the things that she needs to do. Will attempt to work alongside the prince and do whatever task is needed. She probably would also look at becoming good friends with the current sheriff and seeing what the sheriff is doing and possibly even trying to outshine the sheriff and being like, I can do this job better than this person that you've appointed. You know what I mean? She's trying to find her place and rise in power in the city.
I probably asked, like, before Alejandro came, probably asked Naomi if there was some, like, anarch pack, small town, or a small anarch pack that is causing trouble. And that's where we would start. Maybe tell Naomi, hey, tell the prince we'll take care of this. They've been causing trouble in your domain, and I won't stand for that.
Perfect. Yeah, that works. And Naomi would know, where to point you in the direction of that, of her enemies.
That's all, Alejandro. There's some anarch pack that is causing trouble. We got to start small, but we do well here. We get noticed by more of the right people.
Okay.
Brian, pull up the car, please.
Yes, right away. And he quickly leaves the apartment to go downstairs and get your car ready. It takes no time. He is very, very quick in all of his tasks. So he sort of goes down. I'm assuming you living in New York, you'd have to go down to like the car garage sort of thing. So he is waiting for you guys there once you go downstairs to leave the apartment.
So, Alejandro, what do you think of New York?
Interesting. It's not exactly home. It's not exactly New Orleans.
What happened after I left?
I was waiting for that because Lindsay doesn't know anything.
Well, I can tell you this much: you step foot in that place, and you're pretty much dead meat.
That's to be expected.
Or as your grandmother said, kill on sight.
Well, I'm glad I have a friend like you to protect me. Right, Alejandro? Are you sure you're not thirsty?
100%. I fed before I arrived.
Very well.
So what are you thinking about what are you thinking about your partner, your other partner back in New Orleans that kind of left you in the middle of battle?
I'm not happy about it. I mean, what else can I say? Did he, or did they get, did they escape as well?
I don't even think he was part of the battle when Imani told him the truth that you didn't exactly gonna give him what he wanted, so he just bounced.
Well, I guess you can't really trust those types.
Mm-hmm.
But I trust you. And to preserve that trust, I'm going to make you drink one more time.
She's like, this is gonna happen.
I feel kind of bad doing this. I'm sorry.
No, you don't. This is what Lindsey does. This is, to be fair, there was only one of the times that he fed freely. All of the other times that he fed on her, she forced him, and she used compel to actually make him feed. So you're very much following the relationship that they have, and you tried to ask, but you're like, okay, you're not gonna listen to me, I'm gonna make you listen to me.
I don't have compel, I have cloud memory.
Wait, you should. Hold on.
I got cloud memory.
Wait a sec.
Unless I copied it down wrong.
No, I think I changed it, and I never changed it on her sheet. Hold on. I did that a lot in our season. I'm like, wait, I don't want them to have this. I want them to have this. When I actually started, like, using these characters. 1 second. Compel. Wait a sec. Compel doesn't fall under dominate. Compel is...
Oh, compel's dominate. It's level 1, isn't it?
Is it? I thought... Oh, yes. Sorry, I mislooked. Yeah, she doesn't have cloud memory. I apologize. I'd never changed it on her sheet. She has compel.
I guess I will compel Alejandro.
That's my apology. Yeah, because previously she would always use daunt to, like, make herself really scary, and then she would compel him to feed. That's sort of Lindsey's way of doing things. You're not gonna fucking listen to me? Well, I'll make you listen to me, bitch.
She is just a peach.
Yeah, she's lovely. So, Alejandro, are you going to try to resist? I always have to ask. She now once again is doing her very typical Lindsey move of, I'm going to make you do this, and you recognize that that's happening. So if you wish to resist her, you can, and we can roll for it. Otherwise, do you feed? Alejandro's in a mood today. He's not feeling it. Okay, so it will be
making me leave my goddamn town.
It will be a charisma and dominate versus intelligence and resolve.
So I aroused the blood on that. I got 6 successes.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry. Yep,
Hmm?
6 successes.
Yeah,
I actually. Oh, okay.
yeah, that's my pool.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is probably not gonna go well for Alejandro. I thought,
She is a beefy character.
yeah, she is very. I mean, she's also quite old, so. I know that face. Dang it.
Five, five successes on the crit.
Okay, it's not enough, sadly. So, Alejandro, once again, a very familiar feeling that you have grown to hate. But no, there's nothing you can do. Takes over. And once again, like many times before, you begin to feed. Poor Alejandro. So you feed and get your fill. And I'm assuming it is very much like how it's been in the past, where you, once feeding, you realize it's like, ooh, I like this. Because we all know that kindred vitae is quite appealing, more so than human blood. And Lindsey sort of stops you from indulging yourself too much.
That's enough.
No forbidden sip. No forbidden sip.
And your bond is a little bit more strengthened. Sadly, in that moment.
I've never used submerged directive before. Can I use it now on Alejandro while he's here with me?
Most definitely. You are free to use all of these beautiful things I've given you for whatever you'd like.
So it would be like a mesmerize and then the submerged directive, or how does it work?
Okay, so
Sorry.
no, it's okay. So basically what you do is you use mesmerize to sort of get them to focus on you, and get their full attention. You do have to keep like they have to be within your gaze and they have to be looking at you. And when doing so, you can implant sort of something that you want from them, and you can, it's like, okay, when this happens, I want you to do this. It's kind of like you're giving them a directive but it's not something that you necessarily want them to do right now. So it can be like, if somebody attacks me, I want you to do this. Or on January 23rd at 9 p.m., because it can be that specific, I want you to do this, and I want you to fulfill this thing. So that's sort of what it is. It says here, this can be triggered with anything from a specific date to a person. When you meet Roland, tell him these words. So it can be like that. It can be very specific of what do you want that person to do. Or if you hear this phrase. And it never expires. And they... Okay, yeah. And there's no way of knowing if it works until the conditions are met. So you can do it, but there's no way to know if that was effective or not.
Okay.
So yeah, that's sort of how it would work. And in this moment, since you do sort of kind of have his attention in these moments, it would be a pretty good situation and scenario to try and do something like this.
Okay. I'll do so. I rolled a 3, then I will part it for a 5.
Okay. For submerged directive?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't believe there is a counter roll for this. No, there isn't, because you don't know. So he doesn't have to contest in this moment. So sort of while he's feeding or right after he's done feeding or however you want to do it, you can give him this directive, and when the time comes, you'll know if it worked or not.
I'd say if I'm attacked, kill the person attacking me. What I really want to say is that when you see the Prince of New Orleans, kill the Prince of New Orleans. But I'm not going to do that.
Ooh. I love that.
It'll be funny, but I don't want to screw up your game.
You do whatever you want to do. We're here for this is why I tried not to give you guys like too much for like what would happen during the conversation. So whatever you want, wish of Alejandro, you tell him.
Is the person who I guess betrayed me, is it Isaac? Or Isaiah?
Isaiah? No. No one betrayed Lindsey. Lindsey knew that her plan was failing and that she wasn't going to be successful, so she went to Prince Katalina and begged for forgiveness. And then Imani showed up. And Imani was sort of the mastermind of everything. And Lindsey knew that Imani would kill her, basically. So Lindsey fled. And then, so Lindsey left, and then that's sort of like when the big battle between Imani and Katalina happened. So Lindsey fled before that could happen. So she kind of betrayed herself, like, because she just knew that she was like in over her head and her plan wasn't going to work. So she gave up, so to speak, and left before she could be killed. So no one really betrayed her in that sense. She kind of cowered in the moment and was like, okay, these people are too powerful to fight, because Imani is a 6th generation Tremere, and she kind of had a whole army of people that was working with her. So Lindsey was like, yikes, these people are going to kill us.
Okay. So I'll just go with my first thing.
Okay. If anyone attacks me or tries to kill me, then kill them. Perfect. Okay, so Alejandro, 1 second. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, how do I determine if it worked? Okay, the storyteller rolls on secret. This is exciting. Okay. Let me look at.
I'm in need of a bad roll list right now.
Oof, but you're going, yikes. Lindsey's roll for this is 9 die. Okay. Okay, let me make a quick little note. Okay, I'm gonna roll one more thing to make this decision. Okay. Okay. Okay, so these words are sort of uttered to you, Alejandro. And like I said, Lindsey, you're not 100% sure if this has worked for you or not. Did this take place in the car? Were you guys like already down in the car and Brian was sort of taking you? Okay, yeah. That's sort of what I was envisioning, but I never asked. So after this all kind of goes down in the back seat, as Brian's trying not to look in the rearview mirror and watch, he's being a good little lackey, minding his own business. You guys arrive to the location that Naomi gave you, of where some of these troublesome anarchs have been hanging out. And you show up to, it's kind of it's a bar, and it's a little bit on like the kind of grungy side. You're not in the super nice areas of where Naomi typically hangs out, or even where you would like to hang out. And this is a location where you know that several, surprisingly enough, Brujas hang out. And this is where they sort of hang out and relax when they're not causing trouble in the city. But they are very much that classic Bruja rebel without a cause, loud, obnoxious, fighting everybody kind of people. And you've been given the description of what they look like, and that this is where they typically hang out.
How many are there?
You were given a list of 7 total, like, of people, but only 3 of them are the ones that are kind of like the leaders, so to speak, and this is where they hang out. 2 females and a male.
I guess I'll walk in. Is there a jukebox playing?
Yeah, there'd be like music. Probably not a jukebox. It's not classy enough for that. But yeah, there'll be music playing. Maybe like a small DJ booth. There's live music playing.
I'd walk in. I'd turn on Daunt and unplug the music.
All right. So you walk in. This particular bar, it's fairly occupied. Like there's like a decent amount of people, not a whole lot. Most of them are sort of hanging around the bar, light dancing, talking. And you walk over sort of where the little tiny DJ booth is and pull the plug, and all of a sudden the music completely goes out and everyone sort of kind of pauses in conversation and is looking around like, what's happening?
Do I see these 3 people I'm supposed to talk to?
Yep, you would see them sort of sitting in kind of the corner of the room in one of the booths.
I'll beckon to Alejandro and tell him to follow me, and we'll head over to the table, or the booth.
Alrighty, so you walk over to the booth, and one of the females sort of sits up a little bit straighter as they were kind of like sitting back with their feet up on the table, just relaxing, and she kind of sits up and just looks at you as you approach them.
I guess I'll just look at them, hold out my hand, like waiting for it to be kissed. I'm Lindsey. I'm new here. What are you doing here?
The male...
Charmed, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. The male who is sort of like sitting where he doesn't have like a direct view of you, you're kind of like to his side behind him a little bit. He kind of like scoffs like, okay, who the fuck is this lady? Because Lindsey definitely doesn't fit into this scene. She is always in like a really nice suit. You know, she definitely like sticks out in this environment. So they're all kind of like, the fuck is this lady's lost? And the female who was watching, she looks at your hand and kind of looks up at you, and she's like, yeah, you're definitely new here. What exactly do you want?
For you to vacate. You are causing trouble in the domain of one of my friends. I would hate to have to take care of you. Me and my friend here, and I'll point to Alejandro.
Take care of us. And you say you're new here, so what authority do you have?
When she's talking, and I'm gonna look at her, can I tell her to hush and use compel?
Yeah, go for it. So you would do charisma and dominate.
6.
6, okay. 1 second. Let me get my just like catch-all Bruja character sheet. NPC Brujas, this is what I use for. Where is it? Okay, there it is. Okay. Intelligence and resolve. One, two, three. Okay, should not do so good. Okay, you said you got 6, yeah? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of mid her sentence of like challenging you, she just goes quiet as you tell her to hush, and she's just looking at you. And in doing that, the other female who's sitting next to her, she has her arm around her. She's gonna like sit up and be like, "What the fuck is going on here? Like, why are you showing up here telling us that we need to leave? Who even are you?"
I'm Naomi's friend, and you've been causing trouble, and I'm here to clean up said trouble.
She's gonna kind of like smirk and scoot the girl who's sort of kind of, she's not at all like that same demeanor that she had when you first walked up. She's kind of like, oh god. She kind of scoots her to like, come on, get out of the way. And she's gonna stand up. And she, obviously you do have Daunt activated, but it doesn't necessarily have an effect on other kindred. I mean, it does, but it doesn't, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
But she also will then sort of, now that she realizes that you're being kind of disruptive and want to fight, she's gonna also activate Daunt. And she's gonna get up out of her seat and sort of get in your face and say, how exactly are you gonna make us?
My friend here will.
She kind of side-eyes Alejandro, who's standing there and hasn't said anything. She's gonna like look you up and down, be like, he's going to stop us?
I know it's a little overkill, but what can you do? Now you can either leave, or you can be made to leave.
The guy who is like sort of sitting there, he's like, he's got some sort of knife or something, and he's kind of like playing with it. He's like, all right, I'm not in the mood for this shit tonight. And he's gonna stand up and be like, girls, let's fucking go. The city's not worth it. And then he's gonna look back at you, and before he walks away, he's gonna spit on your shoes.
Would that entail a furry frenzy?
Probably if Lindsey was a Bruja, definitely. But probably not in this situation.
Okay.
Because Lindsey, she's kind of would have composure. I mean, if you want her to react, then sure. But I would say that if she was a Bruja and he sort of disrespected her in that way, then absolutely, that would have set her off. But she's bothered, obviously, by it, but not enough to necessarily send her into an unwilling frenzy.
Are there drinks on the table?
Yeah, there are several drinks. Although I would say, Alejandro, I don't know if that would be enough to set him off. Alejandro, you are bothered as well by this person disrespecting Lindsey. because of who Lindsey is to you. So that doesn't necessarily sit well for you either. And the fact that this person has just disrespected her so heavily. So if you wish to respond in any way, obviously it wasn't directed towards him, so I'm not going to make you do like the classic Bruja frenzy shit. But if you wish to respond, obviously you have the chance to.
He's not gonna respond, but he's gonna be bothered by it because there's still. You never specified it was just kindred around.
Oh no, there's definitely lots of human needs here as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's a very public place for sure.
I mean, it's not like we're trying to maintain the masquerade, right? And have brewers going at it at the bar.
Yeah. So he displays his displeasure in it, that he's not pleased, but he he knows to not cause a scene necessarily in front of all of these people. He knows better. So yeah, there are drinks sitting on the table where they were sitting, and they do seem to be of unique nature. They're not your typical human drinks, we'll say.
I guess would I know what it is?
It's some sort of concoction. There is human blood mixed in with whatever is in there. But you're not 100%. You can't necessarily identify all of it, but you do get the scent of human blood. So someone in this bar knows that your kind frequent this bar and sort of give them special drinks.
I guess I'll sit down at the table, a motion for Alejandro to do so, and I'll bring up, hey, these drinks are special. That means this bar is special. What do you think we should do about it?
Alejandro's gonna look around. Well, we can't exactly do much right now if we want to maintain the masquerade.
Well, we can find out what they know. Going back. This seems like your type of place, doesn't it?
I've hung around a few places like this before, yeah.
Well, let's if we're not busy, if we're not doing anything else tonight, we drove off our friends. Might as well see what they're hiding, or why they hung out here.
Alejandro, because I feel like you would, while Lindsey's talking and you're kind of looking around, go ahead and roll a wits and awareness for me.
Four successes.
All right. So as she's sort of saying this and you're looking around the bar, you do notice that one of the bartenders, kind of a smaller build woman, is eyeballing you in the table, and paying close attention. And she seems sort of like she probably watched what just went down, but you guys weren't necessarily paying attention to her at that time. But she's like kind of watching you, and when you make eye contact with her, she sort of like looks down and tries to pretend like she wasn't watching you.
Alejandro's gonna tell the information to Lindsey that when someone's been looking over here after the other ones left.
Should we get a few more drinks?
Well, I you can have a couple of drinks. I'll take a glass of water.
I'm just go order some then.
Mm-hmm.
So do you approach this particular bartender that was watching you?
Yeah.
Okay, so you walk up to the bar, and she increasingly looks uncomfortable as you kind of approach her. She looks up at you and is now attempting to sort of be normal. Oh, hello. Can I get you something to drink?
Well, I have a glass of whatever the people that was sitting there drinking, and a glass of water.
Okay, right away. And she seems a little hesitant, but she doesn't say anything else. And she sort of turns around and walks into like the little back room to make your drinks. A couple minutes later, she returns with a glass of the special drink and the water, and slides them across the bar and says, "It's on the house."
Perfect. So Alondra is gonna grab the drinks and go give Lindsay the special drink. He's just gonna sip on some water.
So what did you find out?
She knows something, that's for sure. I didn't exactly need to mention what sort of drink we want. I just said give us the same as the people sitting here had.
Well, do we want to wait to question her, or how do you want to? This is your area of expertise, is it not?
Yes. I mean, we can't, like I've said before, we can't exactly make a big deal out of it right now.
Well, shall we wait then until we can?
Yeah, let's wait a little bit.
So you guys are just gonna wait at the bar until
Mm-hmm.
maybe people start to clear out, it gets a little bit later, not as many people around, sort of thing.
Yeah, and I guess I will keep an eye out for anything else, including this bartender.
Mm-hmm. Nothing else seems to really stick out in particular. You would notice that when you asked those particular people to leave, that there's big large windows sort of where you guys are sitting, and they sort of lingered outside for a little bit, having conversations. They made a few phone calls, kind of looked in the window at you with snarky looks a few times. So they weren't necessarily in a rush to leave the area, but they eventually do leave. Probably they hang around for around 45 minutes or so. And you get the impression by their body language and what they're doing that they're trying to size up the situation. Like, okay, like, do we want to try and pursue this or not? And whatever conclusion they come to, you don't necessarily know because you can't hear them, but they eventually do leave. It takes them about 45 minutes or so before they actually do vacate the actual area, and you don't see them anymore. But you guys hang out for a bit, kind of watching the area, seeing who's coming in, seeing if anybody else piques your interest or is showing any interest in you. But other than this particular bartender, no one else is really sticking out. No one else seems to be involved or even know. Everyone's just sort of, at the bar, hanging out and doing their thing. So a little bit later in the night, a few hours go by, and the place is mostly cleared out. Most of the people that are left are pretty intoxicated at this point. You know, they're not really paying much attention to their surroundings. They're sort of at that point of intoxication and drinking, that they are more consumed with what's happening at their tables or between the people that they're with than really what's going on around them. And it's getting it's probably getting close to the time that this bar would start to kind of close down and get people to start leaving. So you sort of see that happening. At this point, there's probably only like 5 or 6 people kind of scattered throughout the bar. And it's not nearly as full as it was earlier in the night.
I guess I'll tell people, like the guests, to leave. Compel them if I have to.
Most
And
of
I
them
will-
are like, they're probably kind of used to getting kicked out of bars. So they're like, oh, okay. Like, they're just drunk and they're like, it's time to go home, I guess. They're not going to necessarily put up much fight. Most of them are just super drunk and they're like, okay, time to go. And they've got like that one trusty person that's like, okay, guys, like, let's get home. And they,
If I were to drink, if I were to drink one of the drinks on the table that the anarchs left, would I slake a blood or no?
Lindsey would throw up.
Okay.
Because
Oh, I forgot
Lindsey, she's a Ventru and she's very picky.
Okay.
Yeah.
What does she drink?
She also is a blood leech, so she only feeds off of vampires. But she usually, her particular choice in feeding, I think I have it in my notes. Hold on. She only feeds off of weightlifters, male weightlifters. That is what she enjoys. Something about the strength in their blood she enjoys. And finding that in the vampire world, I'm sure, is probably hard. But hey, she finds it somehow. She makes it work. She finds like the vampires that like to work out even though they don't have to work out. I'm sure they exist. The meatheads.
I guess I'll kind of signal to Alejandro. Let's go talk to our bartender friend.
All right.
So at this point
After you.
of the night, there were more bartenders earlier in the night, but as sort of the night slowed down, you can tell that like some of them went home for the night and their shifts ended and things. And there's this particular bartender and one other bartender that have kind of stuck around. And she's sort of at the bar kind of cleaning it and, you know, doing the end of shift type of things.
That was a nice drink you gave me and my friend.
What?
Don't act coy.
Okay. She sort of like looks around. She's gonna like toss the cloth that she was using over her shoulder. I'm used to serving your type. Do you want something?
Who owns this place? My friend Alejandro here is interested in procuring it.
His name is Sebastian. He doesn't usually come around a lot. He's not here tonight, but I've worked for him for many years, so don't think he would necessarily be willing to give up the space.
How many years?
I've worked for him for about 12, and I know he's been around for a few years before that.
How old does this bartender look?
fairly young. She looks like she's probably in her 20s.
How do you get in contact with Sebastian?
Typically by phone. Do you wish to speak to him?
That would be lovely.
Well, I'll see what I can do. And she will walk into that little kind of room. In the middle of the bar, there's sort of like a door that leads to a back room. She'll kind of disappear into the room for a few minutes. And she'll come back out and she'll say, if you follow down to the left, there's a door next to the restrooms. I guess he's willing to speak with you.
We'll take us there. Lead the way.
She sort of, you can tell like she wants to challenge you, but she's kind of like used to these types of situations of being told what to do. So she lifts the little bar door thing to let her out and walks around the bar down towards where the restrooms are. There's a door that says employees only. She knocks twice and then opens the door and goes, like, makes a face at you and gestures you to go in. Like, here you go, your majesty.
Okay, I don't like that attitude from the help. And I'll walk by.
So you walk in to this room, and there's a desk with a large chair similar to the one that Lindsey has in her study. Kind of a large chair. It's not quite as nice, a little bit more grungy. And it's facing away at you, and there's like a TV on the wall, and whoever's sitting in the chair is looking at the TV, and the chair slowly sort of swivels around, and sitting in the chair you see a fairly small man, and he is hideous. He is very, very unattractive in looks. His face is contorted in strange ways. He's seems to be balding, but like not really. He's got like a few random like strands of hair, and it's just very appalling in his looks. And he turns around and he's got this low, raspy voice. He's like, "What do you want from me?"
Sebastian, that's not the proper way to greet guests.
He just kind of stares at you like unamused.
Oh, you and your friends have been causing trouble here for the Camarilla, have you not?
They're not my friends.
Or they're your friends by association. You know, the company you keep.
Sure. What exactly are you gonna do about that?
Where is this bar? Is it on Naomi's domain, or is it
Yeah,
by
it's
it?
sort of like in the edge of the kind of territory that she has. It's kind of like on the outskirts of the area that she sort of controls.
Alejandro, our good friend is troubled by the people who frequent this place. What do you think we should do?
I mean, we got we can try selling into business proposals. That's your forte, right?
Or we can take the more direct approach I'll look at Sebastian.
I mean, I can't control what the people that come through my bar do. What exactly do you want from me?
For you to control the people who frequent your bar, or maybe pay a blood tax to Naomi.
Okay, slow down. And he looks like if if he needed to breathe, he looks like he would breathe really laboredly, like he's like tired, like ugh. He looks like this like old tired man, but he obviously is kindred. He's a fellow kindred. You've recognized that just by his looks that he is of your kind. He's just like, okay. Look, I don't want any trouble. All you guys gotta do is come and talk to me about these things. What exactly is the problem here? I didn't know there was any problem.
Well, these anarchs are causing trouble. They harass. They probably poach on domain that does not belong to them. Are you a member of the Camarilla?
Yeah, I try not to align myself with the politics of our worlds, but I understand. I've lived here long enough to know that I have to answer to someone sometimes. So, consider it done. And he sort of like looks at the door to the girl, because she's been kind of standing at the door listening, and like gives her a nod, like, listen to these people. Like, he just seems very like hands off, like, I just own the place. I don't want anything to do with all this politics shit, like, and he kind of gives you that impression of like, sure, if you want it done, no problem. It'll be done. And he kind of gives a look at that girl, like, make sure this is done. Make sure whatever these people want happens. Because he doesn't necessarily want trouble from you or whoever, Naomi, anybody. He's sort of just like wants to live and be left alone.
Ashton, it's been a pleasure talking to you. If you need help, you can come to me as well. We're friends. We're neighbors.
What's your name?
Oh, I'm Lindsey. Lindsey Baker.
All right, Lindsey. Well, I'd say it's been a pleasure, but
Call me Miss Baker.
okay.
And just motion for.
It's a little bit of a strange fella. He's like, he's disrespectful but submissive at the same time. Okay, so you exit the room. Okay, so he'll like swivel around. He seems bothered that he's been like interrupted with whatever he was doing, sitting in this chair, rotting, it seems like. And the girl, once you guys kind of leave, she's still got a little bit of sass. She'll say, so do you not want these people to like be around? Is that what this all boils down to? Because I'll just tell them not to come here anymore if they come back. Sebastian doesn't want any trouble.
Well, if Sebastian has any influence on these people, he will tell them not to go on Naomi's in Naomi's domain or cause any trouble, because it's his ass on the line.
Okay. Well, we'll make sure that it gets done. There's no problems in the future. You kind of like get the sense from her that she's just like completely annoyed with you. She's like, ugh, this fucking lady.
let me just say that I'm much nicer than a hound or a sheriff would be.
Noted.
No, I'm not gonna do it. Never mind. Well, he's being too much of a dick or a bitch right now.
Like, reel it in.
Yeah.
Okay, so she listened, like, like, you obviously got the impression from Sebastian that, like, okay, like, we don't want to cause any problems, like, we'll make sure that these stupid people that are causing issues for you don't come here anymore, or are more so not associated to, like, his bar. That's sort of the impression. You're like, he doesn't care what they do outside of his bar, but if they don't come in his bar, then that's really what he cares about, because he doesn't, like you said, he doesn't want his ass on the line. So, the female bartender will kind of go back and seeming that the conversation seems to be over and begin to continue to, like, clean up and get everything ready to close for the night.
Do you have anything else, Alejandro, that you want to do around here?
Nah. Just be careful when you go outside. My clan doesn't really take being kicked out of a place nicely without a fight.
Do I notice anything?
No, you haven't seen those particular people or anybody that looks suspicious return in your time, and you guys have been there for a handful of hours, so nothing in particular at this moment stands out to you.
Alejandro, could you call Brian and tell him to bring the car around? And I guess we may head back.
All right. So I'm just gonna pick up his phone and call Brian.
Hello? Chippy
Yo,
little
ass,
Brian.
bring the car.
Oh, yep, right away. And very quickly, from, like, out of nowhere, the car comes speeding around the corner and pulls up in front of the bar for you guys to get in. It's also fairly late in the night, so I'm assuming Lindsey would have either Alejandro stay at her place or set him up somewhere that will be safe for him to stay for the night, obviously. Kind of
my place.
Get him settled. Okay. So you guys return to Lindsey's residence and retreat for the night. And go ahead.
Are they? They're not in the same room, are they?
No, I would imagine that she has multiple rooms in her house. It's not like a one-bedroom situation.
Alejandro is gonna roll to try to send a message.
Okay, go for it. For he slips away into his slumber.
Five successes.
Alrighty. So you are able, just barely,
Mm-hmm.
to
He's gonna
resist.
He's gonna send a message to an old friend.
Okay.
He's gonna text Colette.
Oh, baby. Okay. Yeah.
He's gonna text Colette. I'm in New York. Lindsey's here.
All right. Takes a couple minutes longer than you remember with Colette answering you. And you get a reply. And the only things you know that Colette loves her emojis. She sends you back a smirk emoji. And that's the only thing she says. It's been, I'd probably say, Alejandro, you've stuck around for a few days. It's been a few days. Not a lot of time has gone by in everything that we just did, and you texting Colette and all of that, and where we're going to pick up with Isaiah. But a few days have gone by. You've stayed in New York with Lindsey. You're kind of working with her, doing some things, getting a feel for the city, seeing if this may work. I mean, a lot of that is obviously being controlled by Lindsey and her influence on you. But you're sticking around for the time being. And Isaiah. So by this point, it's probably been about a month since everything went down. You left New Orleans basically right away as soon as you had the encounter with Imani and Katalina at Catalina's residence, and you realized that everything you had been planning and working on with Lindsey, it was not going to come to fruition. And you also knew, obviously, at the current moment, you have a blood hunt for you in the city of New Orleans. So you were not going to stick around for long. And you fled pretty quickly. And the last month, you've made your way back to sort of like the headquarters, so to speak, of your group. I guess we'll call it a cult for the sake of calling it a cult. You don't refer to it as a cult, obviously, but your group, your headquarters is in Memphis, Tennessee. That's sort of where you guys kind of hang out and do a lot of your work. And you've retreated back there, and you've, in this last month, been trying to track down Lindsey. And a lot of your followers have been doing a lot of the legwork for you, obviously, willingly, trying to aid you in tracking her down. And one night, one of your followers approaches you as you're sort of like in your office, as you usually are when you're home in Memphis. And one of your followers comes in and tells you that they have located Lindsey and that she is in New York. And what would you like them to do?
New York. How many do I have at my disposal at this moment in time?
How many followers?
Yeah.
Oh, you have hundreds that
Hundreds?
at any moment you can call to your aid.
And,
if not
okay.
in the thousands, probably, if you go worldwide. But in this particular area, I would say anywhere from probably 50 to 100-ish people that would be willing to aid you and be close by,
Okay. And these would be, what's the technical term for humans that have been...
Ghouls?
Ghouls, thank you very much. These are ghouls?
No. So they're...
No.
Okay, so ghoul-wise, would obviously not be in the hundreds. You have a lot less of those. Yep. But for your following, like your actual like religious like cult,
indoctrinated.
Yeah. Those all and those are all kindred.
Oh, okay.
They're not humans. You do obviously have a human following as well. Like there's a mixture. So if we integrate them as well, but you wouldn't necessarily call on them in this situation because they are human.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
But your religion and what you have done has sort of gone outside of just the kindred society. So there are humans sort of mixed in with your cult.
Excellent.
Goal-wise, I'd say you'd probably have, considering how old Isaiah is, he would probably be able to have like, I think it depends on, you can have like a herd of people, but I think those are humans. I know there's
That's
a
fine.
limit. We'll say 10-ish maybe. I don't know what the limit is, but I'm making it up right now.
That's all right. The relevant agent who has presented me this information, have they described the exact location, or just simply the city in which she was suspected to be in?
They don't have her exact location yet, but they have narrowed it down to the city. There have been sightings of her, so to speak, and they have a couple of people there watching her to try to actually get a specific location of where she is living or where she could possibly be found specifically.
Excellent. I think Isaiah would be prudent enough to take a handful of his best local followers, dare I say, and make his way to New York so as to minimize the time of interception, if you will.
Right. Okay. So as you're sort of gathering people together and preparing to leave and everything like that, one of the other childer of Agathalonis, I always forget how to say this lady's name, Aga. Your sire has a crazy name. Approaches you, and obviously how I explained to you, sort of you and your brothers and sisters, for lack of better terms, you are sort of leading this revolution with each other, and you're sort of like the main kind of head figure of the group. And you're approached, and he expresses his concern with you going, and says that they will make sure that you have the aid that you need, and that after a couple of days of your arrival, there will be, so to speak, a second wave of reinforcement that will meet you in New York.
Excellent. Good.
So you not only you've gathered your own group, and however many people you've decided to take with you, but your brothers and sisters, given the gravity of the situation and not wanting anything to happen to you, are making sure that there is sort of another group of people that will meet you there and be at your aid and helping you with whatever needs to be done.
Sure. I think I mean, Isaiah's allegiance is primarily with this it's hard, isn't it?
It is.
Agatha Angelos sort of group.
Yes.
They don't have any sort of political sway with regard to being Camarilla or Sabat, or at least associated with either or.
Not particularly. They have never really aligned themselves with any particular sort of faction, so to speak.
Sure.
They just kind of float freely and use whoever is willing to work with them. That's kind of how they do their thing.
Excellent. For the sake of specificity, I will say I'll take a sort of a. I don't want to sound pompous, but I suppose you would call it a personal guard of 5.
Okay.
So as to not arouse too much suspicion if we are heading into a Camarilla territory.
Mm-hmm.
Rocking up with an army would be extremely bad. So I think enough, say 5 individuals, should you allow it, would be sufficient so as to not create any sort of diplomatic incident.
Right. Yep, that works for me. So you then leave your home in Memphis with these people that are aiding you. You're sort of strongest and most capable among your followers, which there are many. and begin. Also, I should say that among those, whether you want them to be in addition, Isaiah typically always travels with his childer. A handful of them. He always travels with Sophia, who is very interesting, and she was one of the characters he was with in our last episode. She
Perfect.
is not hesitant to do as her sire says in any regard. So she will do anything he says, no matter
Awesome.
how terrible that may be. So I would assume that at least Sophia would be with him, and then if not, the other one, I believe her name was Victoria. I don't know if we gave her name, but that's her name now. So Victoria and Sophia would also be with you. I would say probably in addition, or if you want them to just be among, because they're sort of like, Victoria does play like kind of a bodyguard role. That is sort of her role with him. She's very like protective. She's also very like big and built, kind of more strong than your typical Toreador. And then Sophia is more of like one of the manipulators, you know. So she's more of the talker. Victoria doesn't talk a lot. She's more of the fighter in the group. But anyway, those two would be with you because he does typically travel with them. So anyway, you all make your way to New York, and before leaving, you do get a location of let me think of a place that would be like very Lindsey to have taken over at this point. Lindsey has, in her short time, she's sort of settled in, and not taken, but is using one of Naomi's businesses, kind of as a place where she does a lot of any kind of work or whatever she needs to do. So this is sort of the location, and it's just your typical sort of like business building. It seems like kind of one of those types of buildings where, you know, there's like lots of different businesses that sort of operate out of the same building. But it's not a residential building in any way. It's just like a business complex sort of thing. And that's the location that you were given, that they've seen Lindsey go to like frequently and multiple times. So that's where you're heading.
Awesome.
And Lindsey and Alejandro, you two will be at this location, which is, like I said, it's kind of like an office building. And it's sort of where Lindsey has set up shop, so to speak, in her time there. She's been meeting with a lot of people, trying to, you know, get more connected, and she wanted a space where if she wanted to meet with somebody, she can tell them to go there. So that's sort of her space now that Naomi has given her to operate out of. She's given her like some of the office space in there, so to speak. So that's where you two are currently. Isaiah, how do you go about arriving, approaching, different things like that? You are now in New York, sort of kind of closing in on this location.
Yeah. Well, I don't know whether you would suggest it worthy or not. Prior to such, given the fact that, I mean, is this a location on Anarch or Camarilla territory?
Camarilla, yeah.
Perhaps it would be worth, for the sake of maintaining the traditions, to go and at least present ourselves to the prince. Or if you prefer to keep the story flowing, we can assume that's already been done. Either way.
Either one is fine with me. If you want to, well, actually, just because I think it would be more interesting, we'll actually go ahead and have you meet with the prince first. So it's not, obviously, you being the age you are, you know the traditions of Camarilla, and you try to be respectful, even though you don't necessarily align yourself with all the things that they do.
Correct.
And it's not hard to track down sort of one of their Elysiums and go there and kind of present yourself to the keeper there and say that you wish to spend a few days in the city and would like to, present yourself to the prince so that she doesn't think you're there for any ill intentions. You're trying to sort of communicate that, like, hey, I'm not trying to do anything bad here, even though maybe you kind of are.
Yeah, none that are worth mentioning. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You don't go into details. So the keeper there, they let you know that, okay, they will reach out to Prince Helen, and takes a little while, probably 30 minutes to an hour or so. She arrives and calls you into one of the rooms there in their Elysium. Introduces herself. Hello, I'm Prince Helen. How are you doing? Thank you so much for presenting yourself to me in this way. Many people come through our city, as you can imagine, and don't do so. So it's very kind of you to do this.
One is always required to hold up the Masquerade, and of course the associated traditions of the Camarilla Society. Thank you, Prince, for your graciousness.
Of course. Do you wish... I was told that you were planning on just sort of spending a few days here. You're not necessarily going to be here much longer than that. Is that correct?
I don't plan on staying for too long, that's for sure, yes.
All right. Well, if there is anything in your time here that I can do for you to make your stay more pleasurable, then feel free to ask. Typically with visitors in our city, we do ask that you are cautious. But considering you've called me here tonight to introduce yourself, I don't think that will be much of an issue.
Caution is advised at all times, I agree. However, unfortunately, I must be honest as to why I am here. You have a kindred in your city that, dare I say, is quite dangerous. One that is fleeing from certain political identities. As such, it is my duty, shall I say, to ensure that this kindred meets justice. Should you allow it, and I understand that this is a rather awkward time, I would like to, with your permission, seize this individual and return them to the relevant authorities.
Oh, well, may I ask who this is exactly?
Her name is Lindsey. She is, dare I say, actually, do I know that Lindsey has Alejandro?
No, at this particular
okay.
moment you don't.
This particular agent goes by the name of Lindsey. She is an associate of one of the Camarilla princes in New Orleans. One that, I dare say, let's just say the relationship is in fluctuation right now.
Interesting. I was curious as to why Lindsey left New Orleans. I am familiar with who she is. She was sparing with her details and why she decided to come here. So if she has wronged Prince Katalina in some way, then I will not necessarily stand in the way of her finding justice for her actions.
Remarkable you say so. Surprising that word not travel so far and so quickly as to how and why she is on the run. That is to say, why she is wanted. I cannot stress the importance of understanding that this individual, dare I say, fugitive from the Camarilla, is remarkably manipulative. She was, in fact, responsible for the attempted, dare I say, assassination of Prince Katalina. Unfortunately, she slipped the net, and, of course, it is a sense of personal responsibility that I find her and, well, take her back to face the crimes of which she has done so far.
When you mention why, or like what she did, and that she seems to be playing some part in trying to get Catalina killed, Helen is going to kind of sit up a little, and you can kind of see by the look on her face that she definitely has a lot of, she's displeased with this information and concerned, so to speak, that this person is in her city.
And so you should be, for this fugitive, as I said, is quite dangerous, such that one should proceed with remarkable caution. She has destroyed many of my, 11 in particular of my followers. So, as you would imagine, it is rather personal.
Of course. I am surprised that this news has not traveled this far, although, with the times and, technologies, we don't always have information at our hands so readily. But
one must be cautious.
Indeed. I do appreciate you informing me of the true nature of why she is here and what she has done. And as I said, I will in no way stand against you ridding her from my city.
Thank you, Prince.
And should you need anything to aid you, I would be more than happy.
If my coterie is in the room with me, I will sort of look at them, sort of side-eye them, and then sort of my gaze will then return back to the prince, and then I'll say, I believe we have the situation under control for the moment, but should the situation arise, we may, of course, reach out. Understand, of course, Prince, that this fugitive that you are unfortunately harboring is not one for, dare I say, coming quietly. So I dare say that this will be a rather potential problem. Now, fully, please understand that I respect and fully uphold the Masquerade, and I will do everything within my power to ensure that nothing is violated with regard to the traditions upheld by this great society. However, you should know that should situations arise, we will do our best to contain the situation.
Of course. I will have you know she is fairly well acquainted with one of the members of our city. Her name is Naomi. I don't necessarily think that Naomi will be a problem, but I'm not sure who else is under Lindsey's influence at this particular moment. I did welcome her arrival because I do know that a woman of her stature can be of use. However, I was not informed of her actions in New Orleans, and otherwise she would have not been welcomed so kindly. I do know that she currently is residing and has taken up in Naomi's domain, and I will be sure to send warning in case anything happens in the area to our sheriff, that it will be handled quickly and quietly. And I do appreciate your cooperation with that.
This is your domain, my prince. Might I suggest one small change to the plan, if you will? This Naomi that you speak of, what position does she hold within your court, if you don't mind me asking?
At this particular time, she doesn't hold any official position. She is just a trusted member of the city.
Excellent. I would recommend not reaching out to her just yet.
Oh,
Of course, involve
no,
your-
of course. Yes, I wouldn't
Given
want
the
her to cause any extra problems.
But of course, I leave the situation in your more than capable hands, and I do sincerely appreciate your kindness and cooperation.
Of course, I will simply send word to our sheriff, who has no current affiliations with Lindsey, just to make sure he is aware of the situation, and like I said, if anything were to happen, that he can ensure that everything is cleaned up in a timely manner.
What's the name of your sheriff, if you don't mind me asking?
His name is Eric.
I knew an Eric once. Rather sporting fellow. That being said, thank you, and I once again appreciate your time.
Of course, and as I said, if you need anything at all, just let me know. I hope that you're able to achieve your goals and, like I said, rid her from our city.
Sure, Prince Katalina would be also very thankful for your service.
Of course. She has always been a friend of mine.
And sort of with that, I take a bow and I sort of signal my group to walk out with me.
They do so. She, as you're kind of leaving in, calls in a few people, and you can tell that she is wasting no time to make sure that if you're unsuccessful, then she's going to make sure that she is successful in getting Lindsey out of her city. She doesn't necessarily care what happens to her. She just, knowing the information and not wanting to cause any issues among Katalina and her relationship with Katalina, she's like, okay, I'm not gonna continue to allow Lindsey to stay here and seek safety. So
Absolutely.
So you and your coterie sort of leave, and a few people kind of rush in to speak with her. And then now I'm assuming with all of that business out of the way, you will make your way to this known location of where you believe Lindsey to be.
Absolutely.
So you arrive, you and your coterie. Excuse me. And what did I say her name was? Victoria? Yeah.
Victoria and Sophia.
Victoria, she had gone ahead. She didn't stay with you to meet the prince. And she meets once you guys kind of get there. She comes up to you and Isaiah, I've kind of scouted out the place. I didn't go in because I didn't want to look too suspicious, but I've kind of walked the perimeter and have been looking around, and There do seem to be a handful of people inside. I'm not sure if there are kind or not, but the building is decently occupied. And I have not at this particular moment laid eyes on Lindsey herself, but she may be in the building.
You have done well, my child. Thank you. But we will find her soon enough. Are we outside of the building?
Yeah, you guys kind of pulled up and parked somewhere on the busy street, and Victoria came over to update you.
I will... It's a lot of noise. I'm going to attempt to use heightened senses, specifically hearing, to see if I can try and sort of hear inside the building for any particular sort of... I would have heard Lindsey's voice before. I know what it would have sounded
Oh, yeah,
like.
most definitely. You would know.
So,
You've worked with her for many years, so...
yeah. My idea is to sort of walk into the lobby, I suppose, of the building. Have two individuals stand on either side of the door outside, sort of like stopping people from coming in. And I would have, I would have Sophia and Victoria with me.
Okay.
And I'm sort of just standing in the lobby, just sort of reaching out with my supernatural senses, just through the void, just trying to listen for anything that sounds familiar.
Okay. So as you, and I don't believe there's a rouse check for that, right? It's just passive.
Correct,
No.
yes.
Yeah, okay. So I'll go ahead and have you go ahead and roll a wits and resolve for me.
Wits and resolve, yeah. That's obviously including hunger dice.
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful. That's 7 successes
Oh,
with a critical.
all these old vampires. I'm so used to like my group rolling, and they're baby vampires. They don't get 7 successes. Okay. So as you kind of walk into the lobby of this place, there's not too many people around. There's like the reception desk that's kind of in front of you. Some elevators on the side of the desk, a handful of people sitting in some like lounge chairs, reading, talking, that sort of thing. Everybody seems to be business type people. That's kind of the environment you're in. And as you focus on heightening your hearing to sort of see what you can pick up on, if you can get any sort of indication that Lindsey is here. You don't hear Lindsey's voice, but you do kind of... what's the word I'm looking for? Focus, I guess I could say, on the conversation that is happening over in the chairs. And you see a man, he is dressed in business attire, and he's got like a little old school Bluetooth type thing. And he seems to be on the phone talking, and you hear him mention Lindsey's name. And so that sort of piques your interest, and you listen in more to what he's saying. And whoever he's on the phone with, he's informing them that he's busy right now. He's meeting with Lindsey, but he'll be free in a few hours. This is what you hear him say. So he seems to be sort of in the lobby waiting to be called up to wherever Lindsey is. But this is the only indication that you get in any of the conversations that you're sort of listening in, and all of the different voices you're hearing, of an indication that Lindsey might be in the building.
I'm gonna turn to. How many people are in this room right now? As in the lobby area.
Including the little like receptionist, probably I'd say maybe 4. There's not a lot. There's like 3, including this guy. There's like 3 people sitting in like the lounge area. It seems to be kind of like a waiting area of where they would tell people to wait if they're going there for a meeting or something.
Excellent. In a coordinated fashion, if I can, I'm going to get. Let me just bring up the relevant thing. Sophia.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sort of going to lean close to her and sort of almost whisper in her ear. And I'm going to say to her, sorry, just got distracted there. I'm going to whisper into her ear and say, "Deal with the receptionist, would you, darling?" And then I'm going to turn towards Victoria.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to tell her to walk over to the gentleman. Victoria's fairly like large and strong sort of physique, if you like, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell her to pick the gentleman up and hold him against the wall. And then we're going to walk in behind her and start interrogating the gentleman.
Perfect. Okay. So when you give this direction to Sophia, you see this evil, sly smile kind of go across her face. I will mention she is a very evil character. And she takes pleasure in using her abilities against people, so to speak. And you see kind of that look over her face, which would be familiar to you after all of these years. She's quite old herself, so. And she takes no time in going and approaching the receptionist, and she kind of like leans on the counter. And instantly she has awe activated, so the receptionist is, definitely paying attention to her. And she's over there sort of doing her thing, making sure that the receptionist is occupied.
Absolutely.
Also, Victoria will, as well, no hesitation in following your direction, will walk over to the gentleman that you point out to her and without saying a single word to him, she will literally grab him by his super nice business suit jacket, and he's kind of like, what the hell? Like, he's obviously caught off guard, and kind of grab him and lift him out of his chair and shuffle him over to the wall and kind of pin him against the wall. And she's sort of standing there now holding him. Since it was unexpected, I'm not necessarily going to make her roll for that. He was definitely caught off guard by this woman grabbing him and shoving him against a wall.
Good. I'm going to approach the man. I'm going to say...
And I will mention that the other people... when this happens, like the 2 other people that were kind of like lounging, they just get up and they leave.
Yeah,
they're like, holy
here,
shit. Yeah. Like, this is definitely not the scene that like anybody that would want to fight would stay around. They're gonna leave. They're business people. They're like, nope, not sticking around for whatever the fuck's going on here.
I don't want the job that much.
Yeah.
This is actually a part of the hiring process, whether you can handle this.
Yeah.
No, I walk up to the individual who's now pinned, I suppose, against the wall. I take his earpiece out by force, and I sort of listen. Do I still hear the person on the other end speaking?
Yeah, you hear a female voice, and she's like, "Hello, Travis? Travis?" You can kind of like hear her saying.
I say of the earpiece.
Alejandro.
I saw
Sorry.
I saw
Sorry.
him mouth Travis. I'm like, oh god, who's okay? All right.
You're like, who's Travis? It's fine. It's fine.
Did I just assault a main character? I'm sort of just going to if I even have the strength to do so. I have 2 points in strength. I would assume I'm just going to crush it in my hand and just throw it to the side.
That'd be easy enough, yeah.
Yeah. And look at the individual and I say, sorry to interrupt your call. I understand you're quite busy here. Couldn't help but notice that you're here to see someone by the name of Lindsey. Don't suppose you could tell me where she is?
So, Travis looks at terrified once he sees that you're there. And this is going to be interesting. So, you how do I want to set this up? Okay. He is going to sort of kind of stumble over his words for a second, and yeah, I'm here to meet with Lindsey. And sorry, what did you ask me? He seems like very flustered.
Where is she specifically? What floor?
I think she's on floor 13.
I suppose you know the room number?
Or
the building, the room number?
I've never been up there. I just know floor 13.
You've never been up there? Oh, please, Travis. Come, let's go for a journey, shall we? Bring him.
Oh. Okay. Victoria keeps hold of him? Or does she let him go so he can follow you?
Oh, no. I want her to have her hand at the back of his neck, just holding him forward. And I signal to Sophia to come as well.
Okay. So you guys make your way over to the elevator.
Yeah.
And you okay, sorry. I'm trying to because Travis does play a big part in this, but he was a double agent, so Isaiah doesn't know who he is.
Sure.
Okay, so he's going to follow, obviously, and being kind of manhandled to follow. Sophia.
I would assume he's human, right?
He's not.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
He is not human. That's why I was asking if Victoria was going to let go of him in any way, because he was going to fleet the fuck out of there. But if she's got some sort of hold on him, then he'll kind of keep where he is. So you guys go up to the elevator, kind of push the button to wait. It arrives, and you all sort of shuffle into. The rest of your people stay where they are. Only Sophia and Victoria come with you at this point.
Is this inside the elevator, or once it's reached its destination?
Like when you go into the elevator, does anybody follow you into the building? Because you've sort of, I'm assuming he would have given them sort of direction of where to go and what to do.
Yeah, so we've obviously four of us have entered the elevator. Mm-hmm. We wouldn't let anyone else in the same elevator.
Okay, so just the four of you would get in. The other ones would kind of post up and continue to keep watch and not allow sort of anyone kind of in. Yeah. They're sort of guarding at this point. Okay.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so you guys get into the elevator and push the button to go up, and Travis says, well, this is kind of under his breath. He says, well, this is going to certainly be interesting.
More than you know, Travis. I sort of side-eye him from the corner. I'm like, what exactly is it that you do here?
I guess you could say I'm an associate of Lindsey, and I guess I should just come out with it. I was sort of pretending to be one of your followers and kind of manipulated them to listen to me in your absence, and may have led to their deaths.
You wouldn't know the first thing about my belief. I spotted it the moment I saw you. But if you want to prove yourself, or at least prove to be like us, then you'll do exactly what we say.
Right. Of course.
What's that suit you're wearing?
Oh my God. I don't know anything about suits. Give me a fancy suit designer.
Armani, I guess.
Okay. It's Armani, the usual fan. Yeah. He is a toreador, by the way, so he is very fashionable. You would probably really like his outfit.
I do. I look at it and I go, an excellent choice. And sort of it's this awkward silence in the elevator.
Yeah, this is very awkward for Travis because he's like, oh my God. Because his whole point was to be like an imposter, and he was really working for Lindsey, but pretending to work for Isaiah. But nobody knew that. But now he's sort of like, I'm fucked, so. Shit. Okay, so you guys, it is on the 13th floor, so it does take a little while to get up there. And it stops at one point, and like this man sort of like he's on his phone when it opens, and he's like instinctively trying to get in the elevator when like not even looking up from his phone. And when doing so, Victoria just puts her hand out and like right on the man's chest, and he's like, and then he kind of like looks at you guys and just like steps back and lets the doors close. Like, okay, I'll wait for the next one.
I just imagine like this really large, like really physique woman with her hand behind this guy's neck, just staring at him like, do you really want to get in this elevator?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And the guy's kind of like,
I'm taken.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. I'll wait for the next one. And he just kind of steps back and the doors close. But eventually you do get to your floor, and the doors open. And it's an open sort of office space. It's not necessarily a space where there's going to be like closed off offices. There are a couple of offices that are closed off, but they're like glass office. So it seems to be like this open sort of floor plan of this office space. So that's immediately sort of what you see when you when the doors open and you step in. And inside of the office, immediately sort of the closest person to you is Brian, who you see. And he's kind of, medium physique, and he sort of looks in your direction and kind of walks over, and he's like, oh, hello, are you here for an appointment with Lindsey?
Does
Poor Brian.
Does Victoria still hold him?
Oh, yeah, Victoria's still holding on, but Brian seems to kind of be oblivious. He's very, like, chipper, like, happy guy.
Yeah. He's got an appointment where he's hype crew. No. Wow, okay. So Brian has met us at the elevator? Or just
just as you sort of come out of the elevator. He's like the first person that greets you in this space and asks if you have an appointment with Lindsey. You can tell that this is sort of his job.
Oh, yes. I'll be honest, he was the guy that I was hoping to... Now I've got two. Oh, God.
Rip.
So, big rip. Okay. Is there anyone that I can see, any bystanders or anything around me?
No, the space is completely empty. Well, I mean, there's like furniture and shit, but there's no people. And as if you do take a moment to sort of sweep the room, in the far corner, you can kind of see an office space and you see someone in there, but you're a little bit far away from where that office actually is.
Okay.
But you do see two people in that. Actually, no, you see someone in that office space, and then adjacent to that, there seems to be like some sort of lounge room. You see another person in that room from where you are.
Excellent.
But not enough to make out a whole lot of detail of who they might be.
Okay. I am going to attempt to use entrancement on what was his name, sorry?
Brian.
And I'm going to tell him that my friend sorry, I forgot his name already. Travis is actually here for an interview, and he's actually running late. So if you could just take us to the interview, take him to the interview. We'll follow. Just take us to the interview, and we'll. That'd be awesome.
Okay.
So that's a 3.
Yeah. One
Sorry,
second.
my...
Is
you're
it
good.
an automatic win against humans?
I can talk right now. Unsuspecting mortals.
I think, yeah, right. Okay. So you don't even need to roll because Brian can't really stand a chance in this moment.
Awesome.
He does look like a little confused because he's now kind of like picking up on like the hostility coming from Victoria as he's
Very much so.
been able to take in for a moment, but he doesn't necessarily hesitate. Yeah, okay. Yeah, right away. Lindsey hates when people are late, so yeah, let's go. And he very swiftly turns around and begins to walk further into the space and leads you to the far left room. I'm assuming as you're getting closer to these spaces, you're looking around, so I'm not going to make you roll for it. You're trying to figure out who is in there. Yeah.
Yeah. Without being a dick, I'm basically using... It's a single file line, I suppose, and I would use Travis as like a meat shield in front of
like
Victoria.
a buffer.
Then, yeah, and then there's me sort of behind, and then Sophia at the back. So it's moving in the office line, I suppose.
Makes sense, yeah. So you have some protection in between.
Yeah.
And in a way kind of concealing that you are with these individuals.
Yeah, true.
She'll see Travis before she will see you.
Yep.
So, even though she probably would see Victoria, because I feel like Victoria is probably a little bit bigger than Travis. But anyway.
Just a little bit.
So as you're walking and you're getting closer to the office that Lindsey is in, you see this lounge room that is sort of adjacent, like it's opposite of this where Lindsey is. And it also is closed off like by a glass sort of walls and doors. And you see he has his back to you, so you can't necessarily see his face, but you see an individual in there kind of lounged on the couch with his feet up on the coffee table, and he seems to be playing some sort of game on the TV, and he's sort of lounging in this room. As you get closer, that's what you see happening over there. And you're led to the office. Once you do get closer, you can see Lindsey at this point. And Brian opens the door, and Lindsey, I think that your next appointment is here. I didn't ask his name. I'm sorry. I think he said he's here to meet you. And you see Travis, and you do see like Victoria, and you can see like a couple of people behind them, but they've sort of positioned themselves in a way where at this particular moment on first glance, you can't necessarily see who's with him. So you just see that there's like a handful of people behind him with him.
Send them in, give yourself 10 lashes for not remembering the appointment.
Oh, I'm sorry. And with that, Victoria is gonna because Travis is a little bit hesitant because he's like, fuck. But she's going to kind of lead him in, and they enter into the room, and Brian sort of looks very ashamed of himself and leaves and walks and heads back towards closer to the elevator. And you all are now in the room with Lindsey.
Lindsey, it's been a month, 2 months. How are you? How have you been doing, more importantly?
How did you find me?
You weren't that hard to find. You know, I do have agents everywhere. If I know where you are, surely other people know.
What do you want?
I want what was promised to me. A while ago, you and I made a very particular plan. A rather ingenious plan, I might add. I was going to help you take the princedom of New Orleans. And when I came up, when I stepped up to the plate, you weren't there. You had fled. And you know who was there, Lindsey? Someone by the name of... What was the name of that person?
Imani?
Imani.
Yeah.
Someone by the name of Imani. And she had quite a very interesting story to tell me. And as a matter of fact, it was riveting knowing that she was apparently the one behind the whole objective, and I was merely, well, dare I say, some sort of sacrificial lamb. I don't appreciate the seriousness of the situation that I am now in. I've lost good people trying to find you. Now that I have you, it's time that you owned up to your end of the bargain.
I don't owe you anything.
You don't owe me anything.
It went down. You left, I left. We all lost something.
We all lost something.
Cry me a fucking river. Boy, yo.
No. No, you see, I lost everything. You walked away from this situation believing that you were somehow safe. You don't run from these people. You don't run from anything. You don't run from this Katalina, or whatever the hell her name is, this Prince of New Orleans. And now I have a blood hunt on my back because of a decision that you made. No, 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 my friend, that is not how this works. You owe me everything, and I will ensure that I get my dues. You promised me a place in your so-called new revolution, one that failed. True, it did fail, but I'm the collateral, and I want my due. Now you're going to come with me, and we're going to have a nice long chat with Prince Katalina, and I'm going to use you to get out of the mess that you created.
I could offer you a place here.
And offer me a place here. You do realize that both of us are wanted by the same Camarilla. I even spoke to the Camarilla Prince of this city. Fortunately, she didn't realize that I was also involved in the incident. How long do you think it's going to be before they realize that we're wanted? That both of us are destined for the final death?
I'm sure what happens in New Orleans stays in New Orleans.
Only that was so. Unfortunately, the world's a little bigger than we both thought. Amani, actually, what is the fate of Amani? Is she still alive?
She's dead.
She's
Catalina
dead.
killed her.
Amani unfortunately decided to stay, and she met her fate. I was lucky enough to get out afterwards, but not after being informed of the treachery at hand. But it will not stop there. And if I am to make a place for myself in this new age, despite my age, unfortunately, I have to have as few enemies as possible. Now, I understand the position you're in, but the reality of the situation is, unfortunately, we are going to have to face consequences for what we have done. Should we survive, then I'm sure we can make amends and rebuild empires and whatever it is that we so choose to do in this day and age. But unfortunately for both of us, that is not possible without facing the consequences.
So you want both of us to go to New Orleans, where we are both subject to a blood hunt, correct?
That's correct.
What guarantee do you have that you'll be spared if you bring me in? And what guarantee do I have that I'll be spared if I bring you in?
It's the fun part. There is no guarantee. But, that being said, if we are both to survive this, I'd rather do it with a sense of pride than a sense of cowardice.
Is Alejandro here?
Nope. Alejandro's playing PlayStation. He is consumed in Mortal Kombat at the particular moment.
His toys.
I feel like he probably wouldn't pay any attention because this is normal. Like, you meeting people is kind of normal, and nothing at this particular moment has like set off like that maybe something is going wrong. You know what I mean? So he might have like looked over and saw that people were arriving, but like didn't pay any mind to it because it's kind of normal. But he's not paying a whole lot of attention to what you're doing because he leaves you to do your business, and if you need him, you usually tell him. So yeah, he's oblivious to what's happening.
So how are you going to make me go back to New Orleans?
Well, I was hoping by convincing you. But, I mean, I sort of look around to my associates. We can do things the more traditional way.
We could.
But I assume that you're not one for engaging in a diplomatic method. So
I'm all about...
I will ask you politely, respectfully. Come with us now. Let's go back to New Orleans. Speak to Katarina. Face the consequences of whatever it is that they have waiting for us. Use me against them if you have to. I plan to do the same with you. Hopefully one of us will survive. If not, well, at least we won't be on the run anymore.
I'll get up and I'll walk towards the door. Do I have anything on?
Like weapons wise? Is that what you mean?
Or an object?
Yeah.
Be...
Lindsey, she usually has a firearm on her. That's kind of what she would typically use in a fight. She can hold her own with her, hands too, but she does usually have a firearm on her. Okay, so Lindsey sort of stands and begins to walk toward the door, which I'm assuming you all are kind of in front of the door. So you would be in between. I'm assuming that's where you ended up.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah. You just kind of funneled into the room and you're like, "Oh, hey, Lindsey.
Yeah, what's up?"
Yeah.
I'm going to say after you. Are we going to stand here all day, or are we going to move? Or all night, or are we going to move?
I take that means that you're going to follow us back to the limo.
Of course.
And then I sort of gesture towards the door. After you.
I'll walk out. And then do I see Alejandro?
Yeah, like, so when you walk out of this room, the other room is like directly in front of you across like the hole type of thing, whatever. And he's like lounging there playing his video game.
Shoot the glass.
On the TV?
Like you just shoot the room in front of you? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
get his attention.
Sweet. So Alejandro, you're chilling, playing Mortal Kombat like you usually do, and all of a sudden you hear a gunshot followed by the crash of the wall, the glass wall that is a few feet away from you, shattering into 1,000 pieces. And you look over and you see Lindsey, who obviously just shot, and behind her kind of this group of people. That's what you look over and see.
Alejandro, honey, we have guests. And they're not very friendly.
And Alejandro, you obviously recognize all of these people because you saw all of them. The only person you didn't see is Sophia, but you saw Victoria, you know Isaiah, and actually, no, you never saw Isaiah because he left before the fight. He left, or he saw Victoria. Victoria came outside and was fighting next. You've never seen Isaiah in person. You've only know what his description is. So going based off of the description that was given to you of Isaiah, you are now putting 2 and 2 together that this is Isaiah because you do know what he looks like. You've just never physically seen him. And obviously you know Travis. So of multiple of the individuals standing in the hall, you recognize and know. Also, in doing this, how would Isaiah and his entourage, fuck that
Entourage.
word, how would they react to this sudden moment? We'll sort of treat this in some way, since I'm assuming there's going to be some type of fight that may break out. We'll sort of treat it as an initiation. Kind of her shooting that was initiation.
Yeah.
And we'll go through the different reactions, but this is all happening simultaneously. So, just to paint the picture of what's happening, what is Isaiah and his crew doing?
I mean, they'd be silly not to react, pulling out a gun and just like shooting.
Of
Like, oh,
course.
geez, all right, fair enough.
Yeah.
I think I would always have as a sort of standard, I would attempt to, where possible, have Victoria closer to the front of the pack.
Mhm.
So, it all being equal, I would have her follow him out first. And then as soon as he would have fired the gun, maybe have her attempt to make a grapple roll, because they all know I want him alive. I want her alive.
Right.
So I guess that would be the next step in order.
Okay.
Yeah, trying to sort
So-
of subdue him.
For the sake of argument, Victoria, as soon as kind of Lindsey lets off this shot and alerts Alejandro that there's trouble, she is going to let go of Travis because Travis is not important at all in
Yeah,
this
he's
situation. And she's going to go toward Lindsey and attempt to grab her.
Mhm.
And since Lindsey's back is to Victoria, that would be successful in this particular moment just because your focus is ahead of you. You can't see what's coming from behind, sadly. So, so like I said, this is all going to happen simultaneously. So you shoot and say that to Alejandro like we've got company and they're not kind. Or whatever you said, and from behind you, she's gonna sort of bear hug you. And Lindsey's fairly small; she's not very well built in physical nature. She's kind of a small little person. She's only like 5'4", and kind of tiny. So from behind you, this woman that was with him kind of bear hugs you, and now your arms are sort of like locked to your side in that particular moment. And Travis, as soon as Victoria is like, he's not got a hold, he is literally fleeting to the elevators. Like, he's like, I'm out. I gotta go. Like, I don't care what happens. Like, I gotta get out of this place. So he's gone. What will Sophia do? Will she just sort of get ready kind of for if whatever's going to happen next sort of thing?
I think she would be behind me, so in turn order she would sort of be at the back.
Yeah, I'll put her. I'm just going to make like a little initiation list, so to speak. So we got Lindsey, who started the initiation. We're going to have Victoria, who responded next. And we'll have... I'm actually going to put Isaiah, then Sophia, and then Alejandro and Brian, because they're going to be kind of like away. You know what I mean? So we're going to start with like the melee, people who are within melee reach, and the people who are kind of far away. So just for the sake of order, that's how we'll do it. So that's all sort of what happened. What exactly does Isaiah do in response to this?
Has Alejandro acted yet?
Not yet. He's just sort of like looked like, huh, the fuck? And that's sort of what's in the initial moment, because we haven't gotten to really what he's going to do yet in response.
He lost us.
Do I have line of sight to Alejandro?
Oh yeah, he's basically in front of all of you guys. You'd be able to see him.
Okay. Look, if I have the opportunity to act, which I do, I suppose I would use Majesty.
Okay.
If I'm assuming I'm using this correctly. Kindred appears as a figure of absolute power and authority, where a charismatic, skilled vampire with all main press at a street corner or drink undisturbed in a back alley. The power of Majesty can influence an area of effect, like a small concert hall or theater full of people.
Yeah.
I'm assuming, does that give me like a bonus to or something like that?
Basically, pretty much how you're wanting to do this is, it says here, anyone wanting to act in a way of opposition to the user, except for self-preservation, must successfully win a contest against you. So basically, you become incredibly appealing to everyone, and they don't want to act against you, so to speak.
Okay.
And they have to win a contested role to not have that effect on them.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll give that a go.
Okay.
It's
Getting Catalina vibes from Isaiah right now. Shoot. This is what Catalina used in the last battle to get everybody to listen to her.
What would the role for that be?
So you would roll a charisma and presence. So your charisma and your presence score, which is just fucking insane for you. That's 10 dice.
My lord.
Yeah. And Alejandro will roll against you, which it is a composure and resolve. And I do... Go ahead.
Does he have high blood potency?
Yes.
Because he's adding his dice too to that.
Oh my god.
His dice.
I actually dropped one of my dice on the floor.
I didn't.
1 second.
Wait, you add dice to that? Wait, what? Your voice cut out. What did you say?
Yeah, you add dice too. What's his blood potency at?
4. I think 4, right? That's what your character sheet says. I don't know if I changed it.
The character sheet says blood potency 4. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're saying that I add 4 to that as well?
No, I'll look it up really quick.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
4. You add 2 dice.
2 dice. Thank you.
Jeez, 12. My God. Okay. 1 second. I do need to.
It's the companion book, the updated version of it.
Okay, so Lindsey would also need to roll to not be affected by this. Brian is fucked because he's he's not a vampire, so he's like, wow, look at that guy. That guy's cool. I like him.
Yes, I am.
Poor Brian. Lindsay's gonna kill him. I can just see it. As you guys are walking out, she just like slits his throat. Fuck you, Brian.
Oh, God.
Okay.
That was so cool.
So Lindsay and Alejandro, composure and resolve to contest this effect of Isaiah.
I got 8 successes.
Nice. I don't even think Alejandro can beat that, so no. Can Lindsay beat that? Yeah, I can speak English.
What am I rolling again? I'm sorry.
Wits and composure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. She can't beat him either. So you both get affected because he got so many successes. Okay, so I believe with this you say some sort of command. Mm-hmm. Like for instance, when Katalina used this, she was commanding them to stop fighting. Like stop this madness is what she said to them. Okay. And so what exactly are you wanting to command to everybody in the room? Because I believe even your kids would be affected, basically everyone. Maybe even Travis, because if he hears it in time. Poor Travis. He's like
just before the elevator. I was like, oh.
Wait a minute.
Okay. Look, the most sort of simplistic command I can think of is follow me to the vehicle or something like that.
Right. You're like, come with me. You're like, that's basically what you're trying to achieve.
Yeah,
here.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess I'll just
come with me without a fight, sort of thing. Like you're trying to get these people to come with you and not cause a big freaking mess.
No more broken windows.
Yeah. No more shooting windows and shit. Okay, so you sort of command to the room because with this, it typically.
I don't know what else is in the room. Like bystanders, like, yeah, we'll come with you. It's like, no, you stop. You come with me.
So, for the sake of the space and who is in it, for the most part, everyone in the room would listen to you. So that would even include Brian and Travis at this particular moment, which you could obviously tell them, like, okay, I'm done with you. Like, you can leave. But you're focused on Lindsay and possibly Alejandro, knowing that he might be an issue because you do know the history of who Alejandro is. So he might be a problem.
Yeah.
Okay. So go ahead. Did you want to add anything else?
Whoever's involved, just follow me to the car and I'll sort you out when we get down there.
Let's not fight about this, guys. Come with me.
Yeah.
Okay. So he utters these, words and this kind of command and phrase to you guys, and you are overwhelmed with his beautiful nature and wanting to listen to his every word and command. He has somewhat become the god that he has always presented himself to his followers. And with that, you all begin to make your way out of the room. See, this is the thing I love about old vampires. It's really easy to get them to get what they want. Okay, so with that, everyone's gonna sort of funnel into the elevator, which is gonna look a little funny because at this point there's a lot of people. Even Travis and Brian, they try to get in. Do you tell them to come along, or do you just tell them like, oh, I don't need you guys anymore, just be free and live your life?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know either of them, so it's kind of like Yeah, go.
Because they will follow you all the way to the car. Like, they're kind of entranced with you right now.
They're just sprinting behind the car.
Travis is
no,
like,
look, honestly,
wait!
at this stage, I would just say, look, just stay here.
Okay, so you tell them,
Guard
you
the
kind of
door.
wave them off.
Yeah.
Brian and Travis don't join you, and they both look a little disappointed. They're like, oh, we wanted to come too.
It is what it is.
And they're kind of confused and disappointed and watching you all get into the elevator and descend. So you guys, you arrive back down to the lobby, and at this point, no one's fighting you, like, because they're just listening to the command that they were given this particular moment, which was to go to the car with you and not fight you.
Yep.
So you get downstairs. Your guards are still kind of sitting there. Sophia kind of glances at the receptionist and is like, bye.
Yeah.
And you can see that she kind of toyed with her mind a little. And you make your way outside, and the other people who were kind of guarding the space sort of take up a formation around you to guide you to the car, to the limo that was awaiting you, and you all shuffle into the back of this limo. And
Excellent.
where does the driver begin to take you?
I suppose to. Damn, son. I mean, I suppose it might be worth going back to the Prince of New York.
Okay.
Would they have a means of transporting this person, or I kind of just want to get straight to New Orleans as quickly as possible.
Okay.
But I don't want to just do like a long trek across, half the thing.
I feel like Isaiah would have enough connections to
Okay.
probably have like a jet somewhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
he's
true.
he's the kind of, he runs an entire empire, so to speak. You know what I mean? He probably
Okay.
travels all over the world, so I feel like he would have that readily available if he needed it. Once he kind of got her, I'm assuming he'd probably have a private jet somewhere with people who can fly
Yeah.
him wherever he needs to go at a whim.
Yeah, that'd be the goal. I'd probably have
Okay.
maybe Sophia maybe stay behind and speak to the Prince of New York just to
Okay.
clear up the situation. Be like, hey, look,
She's
Sorted.
usually the most charismatic one.
I'm not gonna Victoria around. Be like, we do good.
Good.
Yeah, that's
We
kind of
fight.
just what I'd.
We
fight.
win.
So yeah, that's kind of what we do. Just catch a
Okay.
private flight straight to New Orleans.
Okay, so you got your limo, and I'm sure this was probably all discussed and pre-planned. If we are to succeed, this is what'll happen. So Sophia sort of says her goodbyes at the car and takes off to go and update the Prince of New York. And your limo begins to bring you to your jet, an airfield or whatever, where that's waiting for you.
Sure.
While you're driving along, the driver is going to kind of look back. He kind of like lowers the little fancy window and looks in the rearview mirror back towards you and says, "Sir, there are 3 SUVs tailing us. What would you have me do?"
Keep driving to the airport.
Right away, of course. And the little window goes back up. And if you do attempt to sort of look out, back to assess the situation, because you probably weren't paying a whole lot of attention to, I don't feel like Isaiah's. He's like, I have
People are paying
people
attention to him.
Yeah, I have people to worry about that.
Yeah.
But Victoria definitely now, she's going to look back too as well. And you do see some SUVs back there, keeping their distance, but do seem to be following you.
Yeah, sure.
And your driver will continue on the way. And once you get to, I'm assuming there'd probably be somewhere in the area that you guys would go that there would be like a smaller airfield that like people with private jets that are like smaller, that kind of not like the main airport, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Somewhere
I'd say
along
so.
that you can go to. That's kind of where you guys arrive. So you guys now arrive there. And the SUVs have followed you there, and they've sort of kind of parked their distance away from you, but now they're all three sort of in a row parked a little bit of a ways behind you. Is there anything you would like to do before you get out and expose yourself, not knowing who is in the SUVs behind you?
I mean, prior to this, do I know Alejandro personally?
No. You've
No,
never
okay.
met him. You know of him because Lindsey told you of him when she bonded him to herself. And
okay,
kind of was like, we kind of have this if we need it. She was planning on using Alejandro as a tool, so should she need to. So she told you about who he was, but you've never met him personally. He's been hunting you for months. Because he was a part of the coterie that was in charge of trying to find you.
Yeah. I'm sort of gonna look to Lindsay, assuming the discipline is worn off over the course of a scene.
Yeah, it's only one
Yeah.
scene, so yeah, it wouldn't be an
What
effect.
does
Yeah.
her directive work on Alejandro?
Not in this moment because no one has attacked her. I guess he probably would have tried. He probably would have attempted, but Isaiah kind of overrode it. Right? Whoa.
Overrid it?
Yeah. My brain just like exploded. Because of the effect that he was under because of Isaiah, it would have kind of been ineffective when she attacked. Like, I could see that as an attack when like Victoria grabbed you. So he may have wanted to respond, but Isaiah very quickly took over his mind, so to speak. And since you guys have been in the car, no one is necessarily posing any threat to you. You're all just kind of sitting in the car. And I'm assuming there's probably been some small talk here and there during the ride.
Did you happen to try any hot dogs while you were here?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you guys are talking about. Pizza, deep dish.
You see what I did? Like, that window, man.
The window
No,
didn't stand a chance.
Yeah. I would probably look at Lindsay, and I would say to her, sort of gesturing out the window towards the SUVs as we've pulled up, like, are these friends of yours?
I don't believe so.
With that response, I'll then look at Victoria and sort of say something like, be ready, or, stay ready. I'd instruct the driver to park parallel to the airplane.
Okay.
Assume it's a small jet.
Yeah.
And then we'll get out on the side, which is the same side to the plane.
Right. So then the car is in between. That makes sense.
Correct, yeah.
Yep. They follow your direction and sort of pull up alongside parallel to the jet. They jump out and kind of run around and open the door for you to get out.
Yeah. But I'd waste no time getting onto the plane.
Okay.
As much
That's
as
what I was going to ask. Like, do you try to approach these people or anything? Okay. So as I feel like Victoria would be trying to fulfill two roles at this particular moment. She wants to be a buffer for you, but she also is trying to make sure that Lindsey has no opportunity to get away.
Well, that's a good point, actually. I didn't think of that.
So
I'd probably just have her just take Lindsay onto the plane directly.
Okay.
And then I would stay behind to sort of watch.
See if something happens when Victoria gets out. Okay, that makes sense.
Yep.
So Victoria, she is sort of manhandling you, Lindsey, as
I'm not
as
going to let her manhandle me.
okay, that's fine. She is attempting to manhandle you and get you out of the back of this SUV. Basically what she's doing is she sort of gets out first, and then she kind of like reaches in and grabs your arm. So she's in between like the open space of the door. You know what I mean? Like she's right there if you were to try to run or anything. But she's like reaching in and trying to like grab you and kind of pull you out and keep a hold of you as she pulls you out of the car.
And she's doing that. Can I tell her to check out those SUVs?
Sure. Are you attempting to compel her?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So that is a... Let me go back to my note, or my book.
Wits resolve against charisma dominate.
Okay. That's what I needed, thank you. Actually, intelligence resolve. Okay. Let me
Wits resolve.
Wits? Dice pool. Compel.
You know what? I'm doing. Yeah, I'm looking at the other one.
V20?
No, the
Oh.
cloud memory or whatever.
Oh. Yeah. You were right with yours. So yours is charisma dominate. Hers is intelligence resolve.
I didn't update roll 20. Sorry.
What did I just say? Resolve. Okay.
5.
Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. Okay, she rolled 7 against you. So you're like telling her, kind of looking her in the eye as she's grabbing you out and saying, "Why don't you go check those SUVs out for me?" or something like that, right?
Yep.
Okay. So as you're doing so, she sort of stares right back at you and is just like you're not my boss. And it seems to have no effect on her. And she then like kind of realizes that you're attempting to not come willingly. So she's going to then grab you with her other hand and sort of pull you out of the car and begin walking you toward the...
Can I push her away? I don't want to be manhandled. Lindsey's not going to be manhandled.
You can certainly try. I mean,
Okay.
Lindsey isn't necessarily a weakling, so we'll do strength and brawl. We'll just do a contested roll against her and see who's stronger.
6.
Okay. I believe it's the same pool for the both of you. Ooh. That one got away from me. Okay. You said 6?
Yep.
2, 3, 4. Okay, she got 4, 5. So you do win against her. So you, as she reaches in with like her second hand, you sort of like push against her and she kind of stumbles back a little bit in the door frame of like where she's standing.
I'll step out and look at her and be like, touch me again, I'm gonna rip out your throat.
She looks toward Isaiah for direction because you seem to be like willing to come, but she like also doesn't want you to get away. So she's kind of like hesitant, like I don't want her to get away from me. Also, let me look at something. Oh, she's fine. Okay. You're not going to get away from her. So I totally forgot that she has fleetness. So even if Lindsey tried to run, like, Cute. Uh, so she's gonna kind of like drop her hands, and she like clenches her jaw and nods her head toward the airplane, like, okay, then let's go. Like, if you want to walk on your own regard, then walk. And she just gestures towards the little stairs that are leading up to the airplane.
I gesture for her to go first.
She will step a little bit further away from you and take just like a couple of steps toward the plane and
I'll
wait
follow
for
her.
you to follow. Yeah. She's like, okay, like, fine, if have it your way, but you're coming with me either way. That's sort of what her presence is communicating. But she does sort of step away and start walking while also watching to make sure that you're coming with her. Also, I will mention, Isaiah, you're watching the cars, correct?
Yeah, my attention's elsewhere. Yeah.
Right. So as you're kind of watching the cars, as this commotion and they're getting out of the vehicle sort of happens, you see the car doors of the SUVs open and people begin to file out of these cars. There's a lot of them. Pretty much one person per door gets out. And from the middle SUV, the back right hand side door, you see a very large man get out of the car, and he kind of walks toward the front of the SUVs, and they've all sort of lined up behind him, and he stands there and sort of folds his arms, and he's just kind of seems to be observing what's going on, but doesn't seem in any way like he is planning to attack you or what.
Okay.
You know what I mean? They're sort of, at this particular moment, they seem to just be observing what is happening.
Okay.
So you kind of see him. He's a very large, really hefty, well-built black man, and he's kind of standing there staring with this kind of glare on his face, with all of these people sort of lined up behind him, watching.
I don't recognize him?
You don't. You don't recognize
Okay.
him or any of the other people.
Go
ahead.
If I look over the top of the vehicle and I shout out Eric, does it get a response?
He will nod his head in response to you when you do that.
Then I'm going to turn to the rest of whoever's with me and instruct them to get everyone on the plane, and I'm going to walk out from beside the front side of the limo and then walk up towards him.
Okay.
Respectfully.
Okay. Alejandro, since Lindsey is sort of being taken care of by Victoria, no one is really like manhandling you in the way that Lindsey's being manhandled. They're just sort of expecting you to go. Do you listen? Obviously, I want to give you the opportunity to not listen or put up a fight if you wish. Or are you willingly following these people into the plane to take Lindsey back?
Alejandro gets out, but slowly, trying to assess the situation, what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Like, trying to pay attention to what Isaiah is like. Who the fuck are these people?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm assuming he probably would have also been paying a lot of attention to those SUVs, just because that is typically how Alejandro is in his nature. So, you see, once you kind of get out of the car, you also will recognize that these people, they don't seem to be a threat necessarily. They seem to just be observing. Mm-hmm. They're not like planning to attack. And when Isaiah addresses them by shouting out Eric, and the man sort of responds, and Isaiah begins to make his way over there, the only assumption at that particular moment you would be able to come up with is that, you know, these people know or work with Isaiah in some fashion. So that's sort of what you're seeing conspire as you're slowly making your way to get onto the plane.
Yeah, so he just keeps like kind of walking backwards, trying to see what the hell is going on.
Okay. But he is following them to get on the plane. Okay, that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Isaiah, you, as they're funneling themselves into the plane and Victoria's making sure everybody gets in, you make your way over to Eric, and as you kind of get close enough to be within earshot, Eric speaks up and he said, we just wanted to make sure that, everything went down okay, and she leaves the city with you.
I appreciate the concern, Sheriff. Thank you so much for your assistance regarding this matter. Please pass on my sincerest praise and thanks to the prince of this city.
Of course. We'll make sure that you guys get off of the ground safely, and wish you well with whatever happens next.
Thank you, Sheriff. And I sort of, I say impartially salute him, casually salute him, and then sort of return to the plane.
Okay. And you can see a few of his people have sort of broken off and kind of positioned themselves in certain ways around the plane. Just as you guys were moving, they sort of moved as well to make sure that they were in positions to, if anything happened, they could be ready and available. So, but he doesn't move at all. He sort of stands right exactly where he is, letting everything work around him. So, alrighty. So you head back to the plane. Everyone gets on the plane without any more fights or issues. I think at this point it's pretty clear to everyone, including Isaiah's people, that you guys are getting on this plane or else. That's sort of the presence at the current moment. So everyone does sort of funnel onto the plane, including last Isaiah. And the door to the plane closes, and you guys take off to your destination. This is what I usually do whenever with my group, if they're traveling in a car or whatever. I ask if there's any important conversations that you guys wish to have. If not, we will just skip ahead to you arriving. So if you feel there's any important conversations you wish to have during the flight, we can most certainly have those conversations. If not, we will arrive in New Orleans for the next portion of what is to happen. So what would you guys prefer? Is there anything you want to talk about? Or is everyone sort of casually talking or just sitting quietly at this point?
I'm just
stewing.
chilling.
Yeah, just stewing in what's happening. Yeah, exactly.
Alejandro's gonna say, where the fuck are we going?
I guess that makes sense because he doesn't know what the hell's going on.
If it's in response to me or to within earshot, I suppose I'd say something like, well, firstly, Alejandro, yes?
Yeah.
I've heard of you. I heard quite interesting things about you.
Is Majesty still active?
No.
His Majesty?
No. You're not under his effect anymore.
Alright.
Majesty, sorry. No, yeah, that's not.
Well, what have you heard?
Is you're resourceful? That, Lindsey is, quite good at, shall we say, bending you to, her whim. How does that make you feel?
It's not like I have a choice, is it now? Unlike you.
It's a funny thing, I suppose, about choice. When one accepts the belief of choice, they inevitably absolve themselves of the idea of fate, as if one can choose. I don't believe in choice. I believe in destiny.
Taking?
I believe in fate.
You believe in taking. That's what you believe in.
Taking? How do you mean?
Because you didn't exactly live. You didn't exactly leave one of your children a choice, did you?
Ah, you're referring to Nyx, yes? How is she,
You
by the
know it.
way?
Oh, you know, she's ready to kill you, actually. And I hope she gets that chance.
And what, dare I say, stories did you tell her?
That's
About how
between
evil
me
I
and her.
am?
That's between me
Oh,
and her. I
surely
mean,
you would have told her about the horrific tale about her sire abandoned her, used her for some sort of nefarious purpose, yes?
she's a smart one.
That's why I chose her. Unfortunately, I didn't get the chance to be a sire for her. She was indeed taken from me.
I mean, just like you took her human life.
Granted. Granted. Well, we all have purpose, as I was saying. And hers is not done yet. Nor is mine. And nor is yours.
At this point,
Mm-hmm.
um, Alejandra's gonna discreetly try to call Colette.
Okay.
Not like, hey, yo,
Yeah.
Colette, what's up?
Right, like maybe
But
he
like,
has
so
his yeah, he has his
Like,
phone
how
out
that
of sight.
conversation going?
Yeah,
yeah, kind of like what Nick did with
yeah.
Isaiah at the house.
Yep, yep.
So he's gonna just like randomly dial.
Okay. Um
Because he knows his contacts. He doesn't have many.
are you doing this mid conversation? Or would you have done this before your conversation started with Isaiah?
Before.
I'll let you
Before.
decide. Okay, okay, okay. So what we'll do is okay. Go ahead and continue. For the sake of argument, you attempted to call Colette before, and you're not really looking at your phone or paying attention, so you don't know if Colette picked up or has answered. But you're sort of now hoping that Colette has answered the phone and is listening in on this conversation. I'm assuming that's what you're trying to achieve, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. But you're doing it in a way that you don't want to make it obvious to Isaiah or give it away. Okay. All right. Go ahead and continue on from there.
So tell me, Isaiah, where are we going? Exactly. I mean, we're in a fancy plane. Not exactly my place of hanging out. I prefer my bars, you know, rock and roll, have a little bit of fun.
Quite.
Be with my own.
Well, you'll get another chance. Don't you worry. It's not you I'm interested in. But to answer your question, we are on our way back to where it all started. Back to New Orleans, to Katalina. So that I can buy back my freedom.
And I'm guessing you're thinking of using Lindsey for that.
Correct. You are correct. Because she wronged me. She took something that was a solid agreement, and then she violated that. And as a result, This is the
She wronged
consequence.
you. You wronged someone else. It seems like a chain going on here. So you're telling me that you're gonna, let Nyx kill you then for taking her life?
When she realizes who I am, she will join me, and she will understand why I do what I do. She need only be
Well,
given the chance.
I mean, that depends before someone else tears you apart. And he will tear you apart. He didn't hesitate with Ronaldo. Why would he hesitate with you?
Ronaldo didn't have a bargaining chip. I do. And it's someone that he wants. But, for the sake of the argument, you are correct. There's no way of knowing that I will survive the night, but, again, if I do, if I somehow manage to avoid the prince's wrath, well, then perhaps she will have the sire of which she was denied this whole time. Perhaps that's enough of a reason for me to ensure that I want to get out of this, to survive this ordeal. An ordeal that was not even orchestrated by me, but one that was funded by me, by my resources.
Well, we'll have to find out and see.
I'm not
So I
your
guess the
enemy,
next step is
Alejandro. I
Maryland.
want you to understand this.
You shot
Just-
people that I care about. You and your people shot people that I cared about. You tried blowing us up. You became a massive pain in my ass.
So I suppose I did make life rather hard for you. But you came out on top. And if anything, you're a survivor. Just like me. They're really not that
I
different.
mean, I did kill one of your strongest allies with my group.
Yes, yes, you did. Yes, you did. When news of that had reached me, I knew one of two things. Either I was incredibly furious, or I was dealing with someone who had remarkable talent. Someone that doesn't need to serve the Camarilla. Someone that didn't need to serve the Sabbat. Someone didn't need to serve these pockets of resistances. Do you know where you belong, Alejandro? You belong with a family that will take care of you. You belong with a family that will forever cherish you for who you are. And
I already
sometimes you
have
have,
that.
yes, your coterie. How can you really trust them, Alejandro? I may have tried to get you killed, but I never lied to you. I never professed to believe that you were anything less than what you are. Mark my words.
Uh,
Don't trust them. They'll sooner manipulate you just as she has, and I point towards Lindsey. That's why we are what we are. Trust me, I've been living this life for centuries. This is who we are.
We'll see what the outcome becomes. Because if you don't get killed when we arrive, I'll make sure that either you go in the sun, I will take the forbidden sip. And I won't hesitate. Because normally I make exceptions. But for scumbags, there is none.
Glad we agree on something. Fair enough. Take whatever precautions you will. But as you say, we will see how this goes. At any rate, We should be arriving fairly soon.
And that you do. Shortly after this conversation, you do land in yet another small little airfield in New Orleans. This one much smaller than the one in New York, kind of in the middle of nowhere. You have arrived, and there of course is cars there waiting for you as instructed in all of the plans that you've made for your arrival. And you guys get off of the plane and are ushered into a couple of SUVs that are there awaiting your arrival. Would they have been instructed to take you straight there, or would there be something that you want to happen before you arrive to the Elysium?
No, not particularly. I think they would have just gone whatever means to get close to Elysium as possible so that no one can claim the blood hunt.
Right. Okay,
On either of us.
all of you quickly get into the SUVs because, like you said, you don't necessarily want to be spotted by anyone because you know that both you and Lindsey have blood hunts and people do have permission to kill you on sight. So you very quickly get into the SUV, and the SUVs begin to take you to the Elysium in the French Quarter. You arrive, and your drivers park. Sort of, you all are in the same car. There's another car that a couple of people for like sort of guards and backup to replace those that you left in New York. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. You park across the street where the Elysium is, and one of the people who was driving the SUV sort of looks back and asks for direction, like, would you like us to go in ahead of you and prepare them for your arrival, or would you rather take the element of surprise?
Being hunted, I dare say you would. Yeah. How would you? It's like, hey, this
oh, hey,
massive
it's me.
fugitive, would like to meet with you. It's like, did you arrest them? We'll do element of surprise first, I reckon.
Okay, you don't necessarily want to tip anybody off that you're there yet. Okay,
Exactly right.
all right. So you'll tell them this, and everyone sort of funnels out of the car. Victoria is staying very close to Lindsey's side, but trying not to touch her, even though she does kind of reaches to put her like hand on your back or something, just because out of like, this is what she's used to doing. Yeah, but she kind of stops herself because she doesn't want to aggro Lindsey. But you guys begin to walk into the Elysium. As Alejandro knows, but for you two, this Elysium, the entrance to it is a courtyard, and it's all stone with ivory and vines and things, and this kind of really nice courtyard area, the fountain in the middle. And as you're sort of walking in, Alejandro, you notice that a couple of council members, just like usual, that always kind of hang out in the courtyard, are sitting in the corner, and they sort of look up and see you, and you instantly hear growls of recognition that Lindsey is there, and you kind of see them stand up. They don't necessarily go to attack, but they're aware that you're there, and they're kind of watching because you guys are kind of walking in, formation to go into the Elysium through the courtyard.
If Alejandro notices that, he will try to like slightly like shit might be going down.
Like signal something to them. Okay.
Yeah, signal something like be prepared.
Yeah, oh, they're definitely like, what the hell's going on? Because they don't necessarily recognize Isaiah, but obviously they know Lindsey. She used to be their sheriff, so. And they know that there's a blood hunt for her. So they are very much paying attention and showing their, showing that to you. But you guys continue forward. They don't approach you or anything. Not necessarily knowing what's going on. They don't necessarily go in to attack. And I'm assuming that Alejandro, because he knows this space, he kind of would be in the front leading you, because you guys don't know where the hell to go other than Lindsey. And Lindsey probably wouldn't want to necessarily guide you. Yeah. Hey, Lindsey, which direction? So I feel like Alejandro would have kind of like taken up that responsibility to lead you in the right direction. He'd probably be a little bit more willing than Lindsey. Be like, yeah, Lindsey's like, yeah, it's down the street. And like, takes you somewhere.
No, Lindsey would go.
No, I mean, like,
Lindsey
you
would
wouldn't necessarily want to be like leading yourself to your death. So Alejandro's taken up that position. So Alejandro, you're leading this group through the courtyard and into the stairwell to go down. And the way that our Elysium is there are some stone stairs that lead down sort of into like a dungeon fortress. And the Elysium is actually underground. So you guys go through the courtyard and then start making your way down the stairs. And when you get into the Elysium, you can hear voices. You can hear people, which isn't necessarily strange that there are people at the Elysium, but you hear a lot of voices and chatter coming as you're slowly descending the stairs. You can't quite see into the space yet. And as soon as you guys get down the stairs and the full room is in view, most of the room is full of people. And Alejandro, a very familiar feeling that you have come to know immediately washes over you as you know you are in the presence of Prince Katalina. You don't even have to see her to know that she is around. Everyone in the city knows this. Her presence seems to always penetrate the crowds before your eyes have even had the chance to find her. So as soon as you guys are down the stairs, the chatter slowly fades out and everyone looks at you. And in this particular room, you're facing the other side of the room. You see some stone bleachers that are full of people sitting. And you see a crowd of people kind of in between you and that. And the crowd sort of spreads open, and Katalina is standing in the center of the bleachers in front of you. This is a very familiar scene to Lindsey, as she has been on those bleachers typically in this moment. But you are across the room watching this happen, and now staring at your grandmother in front of you across the room.
Grandmother, I've come home and I have brought gifts. I'll gesture to Isaiah.
I'm assuming your group would close in and close space between and sort of approach Katalina as Lindsey utters these words and you're walking toward her. Katalina sort of looks at Lindsey and, you come bearing gifts, you say?
Yes, one of my co-conspirators.
Right. Well, we were expecting you. And she's gonna look over her shoulder at Colette, who is going to rise from the bleachers and come and stand beside her. And Alejandro, you will notice that same feeling that you get from Catalina and Lindsey when Lindsey was in that position, you are now feeling from Colette. Obviously, you've been around her when she's been in scary mode, but it's never been directed toward you or anyone like kind of in your like direction. Usually it's usually an enemy, but you're now standing amongst the enemies, and she is just staring straight at Lindsey. Well, granddaughter, we were informed of your arrival, clearly. We're anticipating.
Alejandro's gonna look towards Colette and just smirk.
Okay.
Because he knows what happened. He has a feeling what happened.
Right. He's got an idea of how they may have been alerted to why is the whole town waiting in the Elysium when they showed up? Like, what's going on here? Is this just what they do every night just in case Lindsey decided to show up? This is the new way of New Orleans. They just sit in the Elysium waiting for their enemies to walk in. Okay, so Katalina is going to continue, and she'll kind of take a couple of steps closer to Lindsey. And you can see in her eyes that just the same look she gave Lindsey the night that Lindsey came and begged for forgiveness. There is compassion. Katalina loves Lindsey. That is not in question. It never has been. She's always cared for Lindsey ever since Lindsey was a child, before she even became a kindred. And you can tell that in some ways she's struggling with what she knows she has to do. But she also is who she is. And there are things that are expected of her. So she's going to take a couple of steps closer to Lindsey and say, "You should have come to me. You know I would have done anything for you. And perhaps had you come to me sooner, there would have been a different outcome to all of this. And while I am appreciative that you are here now and at the side of yet another person who betrayed me," she kind of like looks at Isaiah and gives him a little side eye. So this is the first time she's ever met Isaiah too, so she doesn't necessarily know him. She'll look back at Lindsey and say, I'm afraid that what you have done, you must answer to. And before Lindsey can respond, Penelope Galeo is going to appear directly in front of Lindsey, and she is going to stake her, rendering you paralyzed, unable to move or speak. She will sort of catch you in her arms and look back at her prince. And with that, those two huge bodyguards that are always in the Elysium will come forward and pick up Lindsey's limp body and lead her away to the cells that everybody knows, the forbidden hallway that no one's allowed to go down. Lindsey will be taken away. And Katalina is then going to focus her attention on you, Isaiah.
Isaiah's kind of just like Damn. All right. I didn't see. Oh.
That's the point.
Um,
Didn't see that coming.
I did not know. Like,
Penelope is very good at what she does. Ask Alejandro. He has been staked by her as well. But how ironic that the very person that staked Alejandro is staking the person that gave her the command to stake him. Oh, this went full circle.
like a meta stake.
Yeah, she was told by Lindsey to go capture Alejandro, and now she's capturing Lindsey. So hey, how the tables have turned. Anyway, okay, Lindsey is ushered away. Well, not ushered; she's carried.
Carried?
Yeah.
Dragged?
Yeah, they should have dragged
get
her. But no, they carry her away, and she now Catalina's gaze drifts to you, Isaiah.
My head is bowed. I do not make confrontational eye contact. And I say to...
Good idea.
Yeah. Ooh, I saw what you did. I say to her, my prince, I realize that this is and has been incredibly horrific, to say the least, what has happened. I will admit, out of my own confession, that I was indeed involved in the plot to usurp your throne. However, I was not aware that Lindsey was, dare I say, not the mastermind in this so-called little revolution, I suppose. I understand that you are more than likely going to put me to final death for my crimes. However, I would ask, with respect, that you spare me on the grounds that I have, in some way, shape, or form, redeemed myself by providing you the very person who has fled justice, fled your city. It was not any Camarilla detachment that brought her back, it was me. It was the very force that was supposedly going to be used against you to claim your throne. Well, it was the same one that brought the, dare I say, both parties back to justice, the ones that didn't face it originally. All I can say for myself and my faith, I suppose, is that we would make, and I hope this demonstrates to you, that we would make a remarkable ally. If not ally, then liaison, a resource for you and your city. To simply put final death as the matter would be a waste of resources at the very least. But I do leave such decisions to you.
How funny of you to assume you're in any position to ask favors. But if I were in your position, I guess I would be inclined to do so as well. I am incredibly grateful that you have returned my granddaughter to face judgment for her actions. However, I have grown tired of these games. In the last month or so, I have learned quite a lot about you and your following, shall we call it, and who you truly are. I have heard many tales of Agathalos and everything she has done over the centuries. I was unaware that you were now doing her handiwork, as you've been hiding behind her name for all of these years. And while it may bring me great pleasure to defeat yet another person who believes they can manipulate their way into my city, I believe there is someone that your death would have much greater meaning to, especially done by her own hands. You should have never come to my city, Isaiah Yernef. Your God cannot save you now. When she gets done saying that, you are going to see her face change and contort into an evil stare as she flashes her fangs at you and your child are standing behind you. And she exposes her fangs. They're long and prominent. And I need you to roll I need all of you. So, well, you and, because I forgot Lindsay's not there. Alejandro as well, because you're seeing this and exposed to it. I need you to roll composure and resolve, please.
Let's see.
Actually, I don't even... Oh, never mind. Go ahead.
I don't even think I can battle with Katalina, to be honest.
I mean,
With 5?
well, it depends on what she rolls. If she rolls higher than 5, then no. Hold on a sec. Let me see what her...
6 successes with a crit.
Okay. Yeah, Alejandro, you don't stand a chance. She got 9 successes.
Oh.
Oh, God.
Okay. Yes. Welcome to 6th generation vampires, where their dice pools are insane. Okay.
I'm like, I thought age was but a number.
Okay. So, after she gets done saying this, she, it wasn't a crit win. No, it wasn't. But it was a win. Yeah, if it was a crit win, you guys would have frenzied. You'd have been real scared. But this sight of her, this gaze, dreadful gaze that she is laying upon all of you. I guess we should roll for your childer. I'll just roll for them real quick.
If you want to.
Or for the sake of argument,
and I fail, I'd be very upset.
For the sake of argument, they're afraid as well. We'll just say they
easy.
Yeah. Okay. We don't need any rogue child or freaking out right now. So it affects all of you. Are you trying to do something? Because you don't stand a chance at all of doing anything. Katalina has not given any of you a chance to do anything because she doesn't know who is the enemy in front of her right now, and she's in a position where she's going to control you.
Mm-hmm.
So she's using this. Okay, so she is going to do that. And it does have an effect on all of you. And then she is going to say... I gotta do one more roll for her. 1 second.
I love how brutal Jenna is sometimes, where it's like, you try to do something because you're not going to win.
Yeah.
This is what we have to deal with on our season. This is the thing that we dealt with. We are going over to season 2 dealing with this shit.
I'm like, you're not gonna win. So whatever you're trying to do, I'm sorry.
I want to activate heightened senses. No.
No.
Okay.
You're not allowed to do anything. Yeah. I'm like, if he's trying to get away, if he's trying to say something, no. Catalina's not giving you any chances to do anything. She's like, this is my fucking house. Okay. So after you guys all are sort of wincing at the fear of Katalina. She is going to use her voice, and she is going to say, bow to me. And she's using mass manipulation. So paired with how you're already feeling, you are inclined to listen at this particular moment because you are quite terrified of her. So you are subject, basically, to listening to her commands. So...
I would have done it if she asked nicely.
Yeah. So, the four of you who are now left, because it's Alejandro, Isaiah, and his two childer that are sort of there, you all sort of bow, and you even see, like, out of the corner of your eye, like, Victoria literally, like, gets on her knees and, like, puts her face to the ground. She is like, yes, my lord. She is quite terrified. And, you'll hear a very familiar command, Alejandro, that you heard once before, and she will say, escort them to their chambers. And multiple people will come out of the hallway of doom and come to your sides and grab you. Basically, there's 2 people per person, and grab your arms and kind of pick you up. And these are very hefty people. Her guards are quite huge. I don't even know where she got them, but they're big people. And they pick you up and lead you down the hallway of doom. And Katalina will turn to the court who are sitting on the bleachers and say, tonight is a night of victory, although in some ways it is bittersweet. This is the end of one chapter and the beginning of a new. She looks towards Colette. I trust that the leaders that remain in this city, and anyone who may think they can get away with such defiance, will waver in any future plans in defying me. Let this be a night of celebration, but also of recognition that you do not simply overthrow my leadership. And anyone who has plans to do so will meet the fate of these. And with that, she will turn and exit the Elysium.
Oh, I thought you were going to say execute. I'm like, oh.
No. And that is where we will end this lovely one-shot.
That was awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That was fun.
Yeah.